He's a bitch. I'm a. Let's cue the music. Let's cue the music. Let's cue the music. Let's cue the blood clot music, fam. Let's cue the music. 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 I'm late. Yeah, I know I'm late. Yeah, I know I'm late. Yeah, I know I'm late. Dr. Umar be like, Chadi, what up? You're the first one in the room. Talk to me. Yeah, the live just started. We just got on here. 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 Let's cue the music. And this is what I want to play today.
Okay, Llama. Ain't hard told it. And this is the big stuff.
He's a walk inside of. Let me go ahead and turn that camera around.
She's a killer bitch.
Hey.
Killers walking zombies trying to scratch that itch.
Yes.
I am not for the
there I go.
My genetic build can build multi-universes. The men of God playing baby shark with my daughter. Watching for sharks outside at the same time.
The live just started. The live just started. You are absolutely right. And what up?
In this present moment, I saw that dude. Asked Whitney about my lust addiction. Text messaging bitches got my thumbs hurt. Said president for a new sacrilege. Riders black for 2 years, nothing moved me. Ask God to speak through me. That's what you hear now.
Hey. Hey. The only part of Worldwide Steppers I wanted to hear was that part. Now. What I want to hear is Black of the Berry. Let's kick it off with Black of the Berry. We are all hypocrites. We are all hypocrites. You're a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite. We're all hypocrites. We are all hypocrites. We are all hypocrites. Yes. Yes. We're going to get started at 3:15. We're going to get started at 3:15. We are going to get started at 3:15. So if you're here, yes, you're early. You'll be fine. Burn, baby, burn. It is not a Henny day. Sushi and kombucha, you heathens. How are we hypocrites? I'm going to tell you in a second. Y'all might be the worst hypocrites. The fans. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. We're going to get to it. Run that back. You're off work in 20 minutes? It's not a Henny day. I need to be on high alert. Messing with some of y'all today. In 2015. This is a fire song, by the way. I will, however, have to tell you, I hated the last line on this song. That was hypocritical. No wine, Angie. No wine. No wine. You're going to get bullied for your phone. Oh, yeah, the kids, they're going to ask if you got games on your phone. Okay. Can y'all still hear me good? J. Cole? We should probably put J. Cole on here, but this is a 4-box issue. Can y'all still hear me? Just put the AirPods on. Can y'all still hear the music? I'm going to let it run for a little bit. Okay. You know, this is the type of live, I'll be honest with you guys. This is the type of live where if you, let me go ahead and get that music off anyway. We don't need it for now. if you if you're not operating on a lens which you know yourself, this is gonna be a tough life for you. It's gonna be a very tough life. If you still sitting there thinking everything you do is right, it's gonna be a tough life for you. I saw somebody say, as I keep eating my sushi, we're gonna get started. And I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna be talking about today. Yo, we're still gonna be talking about your current events. Yes, I'm eating sushi with a fork because I don't have any chopsticks. I forgot, and I was not running back. I was gonna be late. This is good stuff. Um, Somebody commented on one of my posts. It was like, I think it was M. It said Drake stands and Kendrick stands. Cash blocked you. What did you do to Cash? What did you do to Cash? Welcome, welcome. Hit the like button. Welcome, welcome. I will be taking invites. Aaron, I'm sorry. I knew y'all was gonna ding me for that. I'm like, man, maybe I should try to force the sushi before I get on live. And I hope I don't have Japanese followers because this is nefarious work. But anyway, somebody told me, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, Drake stands and Kendrick stands, maybe not fans, are in a circle jerk where they're just insulting each other about the same things. And I was like, whoa, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? So I looked at my comments. I was like, is that what's going on here? So I looked hard and on. I was like, oh, at its core, they're all doing a little bit of each, a little bit of each. Not the extreme, like not the extreme. You did say that, but everybody's doing a little bit of what they insulting the other guy about. So I said, okay, let's get to the bottom of this. All right, so where I want to start is this. I want to start, guys, on today's episode. We're all hypocrites. I want to start with the Kendrick Lamar "Not Like Us" story. Okay. Um, chat. Hey, chat. Quick question. I got a question for y'all. How many of y'all knew Compton? Compton is a city in California and not an area of LA. And it's a city in Los Angeles County. Los Angeles City is a city in Los Angeles County, and so on and so forth. It's just a random question. I just want to know before we get started. You from Carson? Chad, this ain't even got nothing to do with the question. Chelsea, what up? Okay, okay, okay. Because we say LA for whatever reason, town hall video. Okay, so we say LA, but we're referring to LA County. Y'all, this pig got cooked for it. Okay. We're referring to LA County. So in my research, I'm like, yeah, I should have known that. But I just thought it was weird because we be like, Kendrick from LA. No, Kendrick's from Compton, which is in the LA County. He's not from Los Angeles. Very random stuff. I'm my neuro be diverging like that, guys. Like some stuff like that irks me. So I'm gonna stop saying Kendrick from LA. I don't know how to explain it. I'm just gonna say he's from Compton, and if I say LA, I'm gonna start saying county. I'm weird like that. You see, it's some kind of hypocrisy. Like I feel like I don't know. I don't even call that hypocrisy. That's just me. Just like a desire to be perfect. And I guess maybe because I'm aware that I try to ask other people to be more balanced. Anyway, back to the Not Like Us story. The LA Times. Does anybody here not know what happened with the Not Like Us story? I'll get into it. Let me see if we can. And I'm gonna start taking invites for guests now. If you like to jump on, let's get into the Not Like Us story. Let's get into it. And for that, y'all know I've been getting better, guys. I've been getting better at like practicing my lives. Y'all want to see something? Go ahead. And this is the fun stuff I've been doing right here. I've learned, I'm like an old man. I've learned how to change the green screen during the live. My mic is cutting. Why is my mic cutting right now? Is my mic cutting? Is my audio good? Good. Anyway, I've learned, guys, how to change the screen. My audio is not good. What's going on? I think it's because I just changed the setting. Let's relax, guys. Let's give it a second. I learned a few tricks. I learned a few tricks. Give it a second. It should be good now. I was just changing the background. Are we, are we good? It should be. All right. I just exited out of the settings. I just, okay. I just got out of the settings. I didn't know that while I was changing the settings, perceived they did not. This article is not fake. All right, God, media literacy is at an all-time low. Thank you so much, Angie. Thank you so much, Z. What's happening is when I was changing the background, when I'm in settings, it lags. I got to get out of there. Okay, so if you're just joining in, welcome to today's episode. As we're all hypocrites, it's not the background I'm gonna use all day. You know, I learned a few bags of tricks. I want to talk about a few things, 4 things in specific. Number one, I want to talk about this Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us story. We'll try to go about 30 minutes for that. I want to talk about Jay-Z's relationship with the NFL. We did a lot of that last week. We're going to get into some more. I want to talk about Lil Wayne expressing his feelings and his disappointment. And then I want to talk about saying no to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to tie it all into hypocrisy. So let's get started with this. All right. So if you don't know what happened, and after this, I want to take guests. So if you want to be involved in a Not Like Us story, now's your chance. Put in your request now, or forever hold your peace, because I want to move on today. I am not doing a 7 p.m. live today. Okay, guys, let me explain the story to you. The story is not necessarily false. I did a video on this already. If you just want to be rigid and you don't want to be flexible, that's not my problem. So, like Shadi just said, and Angie, the article was pretty well written. If you open the article and read, in fact, the headline is not even that misleading. The headline is not even that misleading. Korean Black, yes, it's a city issue. And yes, I know it's a city issue. If you read, all you have to do is read. But on top of it being a city issue, right, there is a conversation to be had when you are at this level to see how your actions can affect others. That is not me hating on Kendrick. This is me being an adult. So at its basis, it is. I don't know why I'm cutting in and out. I should not be cutting in and out. I should not be cutting in and out. Should not be cutting in and out. Are y'all good with my audio? Okay, good. Now that's probably your Wi-Fi. Thank you so much for keeping me in check, but let's stay focused. So when you open the article, I covered that the city audio is switching. All right, what's going on? I don't want to have a technical difficulty live today, man. That's the devil right there. The devil's always working. Okay, are we good on audio? Talk to me. Okay. Anyway, it shouldn't be cutting in and out. It shouldn't be cutting in and out. It shouldn't be cutting in and out. Okay, cool. We're good. Sound like we're good. A lag is fine. A lag is fine. I mean, all right, cool. Guys. Stay focused. Stay focused. So the conversation that we're having right now is when you open the article, it's a really pretty easy article to understand. Okay? Usually AirPods help me. I don't know why we're in this. The AirPods usually should be a helper. I expect perfection. We would be perfect at every phase of this live. You drop a pass, you run them out. You comment wrong, you run them out. All right. Okay, guys, come on. All right, here we go. Okay, so yes, if you read the headline is pretty self-explanatory. But if you go into the article, the conversation that needs to be had is that the team that shot the video most likely went and applied for a permit. You go apply for a permit. The city should have did their due diligence. They didn't take the article down. I'm reading the article right now. I feel like, do we need to do a Q&A first before I get into the article? Because I don't understand how so much misinformation just flies around the internet. This is so fascinating to me. And is it because we as an audience are lazy? No one wants to read? So on top of me doing a live right now, I've done a video on the article. I deep dove on the article. Okay, so let me do an explanation and then we do a Q&A. All right, cool. So you go into the article tells you basically, listen, as usual, film guys are going to go in, request a permit from the city. City's going to go ahead and grant that permit. It looks like the city may have dropped the ball on certain things. For example, informing the business owners. It wasn't just that one business, the Alma's business. That's another thing, too, that I want to let you guys know. The Alma's place that came out and 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 social anxiety. Thank you. I'm glad you were on that at the show. Please request in because I would love to hear your perspective on this. Okay, so Alma's place came in and they discussed, some of what was going on, and they clarified, hey, listen, we ain't got no beef with Kendrick, and in my opinion, you should not have beef with Kendrick. Because I've told y'all we want our entertainers to be politicians and politicians to be entertainers. At the end of the day, what is Kendrick Lamar's main, quote unquote, and his team's legal responsibility? I hate to play semantics here. Their legal responsibility is to go ahead and get a permit with the city. That's it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anything else after that is a bonus, including when I ask of this, I'm not asking this mandated. I'm not going to judge the character of the PG Lang team, right? Of course they're targeting Almas. Of course they are. But there is a slight moral responsibility, yes, you're right, John, to make sure that when you are drawing a large amount of people in this crowd, whether it's you, the artist, your managers, the entire team, even if it's just an intern that points out, like, damn, yo, we know this, that shit is blocked off. You want to hit them with like there is a small moral responsibility. My problem is, and here's how I can connect the hypocrisy. When you guys want to sit here just because you want to rep your guy doing a rap beef, you want to rep, I love Drake. Y'all know I love Drake. I get accused of all type of shit on here. Yeah, accused in here. Y'all know I love Drake. I love Kendrick. I love Cole. But I'm not going to be so dense. I'm not going to be so dense if I was this Drake stan. Kaya, what up? To go sushi, baby. We almost done. To go ahead and not read an article and then put so much moral responsibility on Kendrick Lamar. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna use my brain, read the article, and I'm gonna expect and I'm gonna go in from that. And as a Kendrick fan, Clove, oh, hold on one second. Damn, this early, bro. Wow, we got a Shadow Realm contestant this early. Clove 336. Mods, don't block him. Just give me a second. Early. Clove 336. Here's my problem with guys like you. Guys like you. I've said this before on another live. You would never call me weak to my face. Your last dollar. You would never walk up to me in my face and call me weak. Here's your 15 minutes of fame. Appreciate it. I hope it makes you feel good and empowered. Call the other people weak in the shadow realm. You're out of here. Get out of here, brother. Get out of here, brother. You're gone. No, we're not going to ignore him. We're going to send him to the shadow realm. No. He's got to, listen, you let one slide, the rest think they can. He would never call me weak in my face. When I'm cutting, I'm 6'1", 198, 205. When I'm bulking, I'm 220. And I know a little bit of Muay Thai. You would never call me weak to my face. I swear on God, bro, you wouldn't do it. I got hired for security. You did it. There's a reason why I got hired for security back in the day. You would never. Hey, yo, y'all think somebody say, yo, K5'8"? We thought he was 5'8". Y'all gotta, Ryan, relax. You will join in a second. I got you. Anyway, back to the story. I don't gotta flex. Bench players talking like starters. I hate it. I hate it. Anyway, so listen. When nah, fuck that. It's not the tall shit. The tall shit. That shit is. I'm getting distracted. The tall shit pisses me off. No, I'm strong and athletic. That's fuck that tall shit. A lot of tall niggas like Brooklyn. We're gonna get back to the topic. Relax. We can have some fun. Life is about fun. A lot of niggas be like, you tall. I don't fuck that tall shit. I know a lot of 5'9" dudes that could take me to town. I've seen it in my Muay Thai class. They're like, yo, I want it to be known that I'm big and athletic. Hey, yo. Anyway, guys, let's keep going. So listen. So when we talk about moral responsibility, as a Drake fan, I know it's all fun and games. If you're 13, 14 on these World Wide Webs and you're doing this, sometimes I go into people's profile, I'll live with it. I'll live with it. I just want to land this point home and I'll take some calls after I explain the article. I'll take some invites after I cover the article. But what I want to say is also, if you're a Kendrick fan, there's some responsibility here too that you're being a bit hypocritical, because if you weren't obsessed with Kendrick Lamar and this was your mama's business, to LA Times too. I'll bet you may not blame Kendrick Lamar, fair enough. This is not the city's music shoot, right? So, oh God, Mike, another one. Damn, what's going on today? Who am I getting? We ain't gonna stop him. We just gonna block him straight up. Hey, Mods, we ain't muting. We blocking. Hey, Zuhar, we ain't muting today. We blocking. We blocking. We blocking. So I just want to have the conversation, and let's talk about that. That's probably Mike on the fake account. Okay, so here's the premise of the article before I start adding people on. Okay, here's the premise of the article. So the premise of the article, I'm gonna read the first. I'm gonna read the first main paragraph. Okay, here we go, guys. Into the article. Okay. Saturdays are usually busy days for Alma's Place, a soul food restaurant in Compton across from the City House. Okay, but roughly an hour into opening on June 22nd, Karina President, who runs the business with her mother Alma, noticed no customers were filling in. Their parking lot, which is shared with other small businesses in the strip mall, was overrun by cars and chaos as hundreds of people poured to the courthouse to catch a glimpse of rap star Kendrick Lamar, who was there to film the music video for Not Like Us. Here's the most important part: reading comprehension. Okay? And here's the part, right? Alma's Place and other nearby businesses say they lost thousands of dollars that day. The business owners blame officials. You see that? The business owners blame officials, not Kendrick Lamar, blame officials for not providing enough notice about the video shoot, which ultimately forced them to shut down operations. Now they are asking Lamar, production company PG Lang, or the city to compensate them for their losses. Now, before I add, I'm going to add 3 people on. I just want to tell you how I comprehend this beginning paragraph, and that's the first most important part. We'll cover the other parts later. Okay? The first important part is to know that they are blaming the city. However, asking for compensation. Now, legally, are they entitled to compensation? I don't think so from anyone, and that's life. That's life. Unfortunately, that's life. Unfortunately, that's life. They are not, they are not, they are not, unfortunately, right? But however, since we are not sadistic, weird psychopaths, right? We can have an open discussion of what our city can do better and can compensate these people based on how much they may have charged Kendrick Lamar for that permit. And we can explore the conversation about what a production company like PG Lane can do to alleviate some of these people's worries. And the reason why I'm not trying to become the Batman of TikTok or the Batman in the world, the reason why I think it's very important us as an audience understand these things, right, and are willing to talk about it is because unfortunately we don't know this, but the power resides in us collectively. People in LA, forget Kendrick Lamar for a second, and I'm going to put people on after this point, can understand priority number one is to get the city, is to, not revolt, but to hold the city by the torch. I'm sure the city would be like, we don't want this bad press. Let's see if we can take care of these business owners, even if it's just slide them a band each. How many businesses are we talking about, right? And then under that, if PG Lane gets wind of this information, like, oh damn, they may also go call up the city and say, hey, do you plan on compensating these people? Here's what we can do out of our budget, but we paid X amount of dollars per permit. We presume that you would, you know, compensate these people. But right now, you know, a lot of us are not having these conversations. Um, who sources these? These are the LA Times, and they talk to the business themselves. I can tell this is going to be a very controversial topic. I'm going to try to bring my smartest people and some new people on. So I'm going to add 3 people for now. I've got Don't Play With It, Angie.
Good afternoon.
Add one more person. How you doing? Don't Play With It. I don't think I've ever seen you on this live. Welcome. Thank you for stopping in. I don't know if it's your first time, but if it is, I'm excited.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you so much. Um, I live in a
Which
neighborhood.
platform?
I've
On
seen
my
you.
platform?
I've never like interacted on your panels before.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Talk to me, because right now I'm talking about the introduction of this article and just kind of clarify with people what's going on. Do you have immediate thoughts on this article? I would like to continue dialogue, but I would like to see if you got a first point on this article.
Yes, I live in a neighborhood that's often used as for film and television shoots. We're one notified. Two, sometimes we're compensated if they need to use like certain parts that we like people's properties. They will compensate us. In this article, does it say that they were not uh, compensated one, or were they not informed at all?
That's a great question. Don't play with it because I actually just said that earlier, but I'm going to clarify again. The biggest problem that these businesses had is that they were not notified. I'm going to read this part again, okay? And this is the main point of the article. Everything else is filler stuff. Dragon Ball Z filler, Naruto filler episodes. Alma's Place and other nearby businesses say they lost thousands of dollars that day. The business owners blame city officials for not providing any notice about the video shoot, which ultimately forced them to shut down operations. That is the biggest issue they have. They were not notified. This is the biggest issue they have. Make sense?
Yeah, so it was
Okay.
so it's percent it was potential revenue they could have made. This is not guaranteed revenue that because clearly it was that large crowd. So this is potential revenue that they could have made from street traffic, not this is what we make every week and we lost out on thousands of dollars of our
Exactly
everyday.
what they're saying. So don't believe it. So this is the key part. Alma's and other place. They says they were not they were not provided notice about the video shoot, which ultimately forced them to shut down operation.
Okay, well that's
Okay.
unfair because if it was
Right.
the potential, because where I stay at, we stay not too far from like a main street, and that's what usually gets shut down. Those people are compensated, but we
Mhm.
had new businesses at some point that like wanted to get the businesses around to like rally and expect more from those production companies because of when things happen, they have all of these people come and their potential revenue that they're losing out of, but it's a difference. But
And
if
this
they
is
were not notified and they were not compensated at all for closing their business, that's dead wrong. But if it's this potential revenue, no.
okay. So this is the thing. So I want to clarify here that one of the other business owners, Pleasant, right? The name of the business called Pleasant. I don't know if it's Pleasant Restaurant exactly. They even said if they had been informed ahead of time, they could have preemptively closed. Hey, hold on. Stuck in XC. Yes, this is mainly a city issue. We're here to have dialogue. If you don't want to have dialogue and you just want to come in and just, you can go. I like, right? But Pleasant says they stuck. I'm not mad. That's mad is actually not my thing. You know when I'm crashing out. People know when I'm crashing out. You know when I'm crashing out. What I am though is I'm responsible. I'm responsible for building a platform that is going to. Nah, I no. It's okay to be interrupted. I want to be interrupted because this is what happens. This is what happens when you don't. I guess like Issa would say, all right, that Glazer is what got you out of here. God bless. You're blocked. I don't even mind being called a Glazer. I mind being called a Glazer was I'm trying to explain to you what's going on. So get out of here. But anyway, so we're having a dialogue, and I want to go back. You guys, yeah, I can be interrupted and talk about what I want to talk about, and I can tell you guys that this is the problem, and we're actually going to discuss that in length today. This is the problem not only with hip hop but a lot of things in the world right now. Everybody lives in an echo chamber. There's no real sense of community. One of the things people told me when I first, got into like social media and stuff is that I'm gonna talk faster, and that's your second. You're out of here too. You're not gonna. You're entitled to be on TikTok. You're not entitled. You're not entitled to be on my page and tell me what to do. Hey, now this is Crash Out K. Put my Funk Flex voice on. Yo, y'all niggas know that. Y'all niggas know that, right? For every one of you that I block, I gain true followers just as fast. You bum ass niggas think just because I'm really nice and I keep shit real corporate. A lot of y'all niggas think that for whatever reason, I'm scared to lose your audience or your viewership. I have immense confidence in this face and this mouthpiece. You are not worth it. As fast as I block you, I gain two more followers. You understand that? So you ask yourself, who's losing more, me or you? Sammy, you're who you talked about in your last song. I don't really think that's an insult, but you're kind of annoying me too. Go. Who else? Who's next on the list? Who's next on the list? Today I got Tom, cuz, and we're gonna get back to the story. But you want me to entertain? We're gonna entertain. Y'all wanna be entertained? Be entertained. I'm willing to be disagreed with. I'm willing to, we can make fun of each other. I'm willing to do a lot of things, but you're not gonna come here and tell me what to do, what I am, I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, back to the point. I am going to get back to the point as far as what I'm talking about with Pleasant, but I want to make sure we talk about this. This is the problem with a lot of us right now. We see it in politics, which has higher stakes. There's no room for conversation. Even when people like me, I'm not saying I'm the end all be all, is trying to deep dive on stuff, get you guys the fact. I have the article right in front of me. I'm not trying to spin this any type of way. I've told you the priorities on the city, and I'm just trying to give you information. You just like you get angry. This is what happens. I'll tell you what happens. And this is the reason why I compare not Kendrick to Donald Trump. I don't think Kendrick and Donald Trump are any two of the same. You see how I preface that? I compare Kendrick Lamar's cult members to Trump's cult members. And the reason why is they think they both are above reproach. What does that mean? Everyone can be criticized, including me. Doesn't mean you should exalt people. Everyone is everyone is open to criticism. Me, Kendrick Lamar, Trump. There are a lot of people that criticize me. Critique doesn't mean insult. There's a difference. A lot of y'all don't know the difference. I block people not because they're criticizing me, but because they are insulting me and also taking my platform and trying to delegitimize it. That's insulting. Don't come on here telling me I'm a glaze, I'm this, I'm that. No, no, no. The overwhelming consensus is I try to get it right. Okay? So now, back to the point. So Pleasant says if they know they could have been preemptively closed to the day, or this part is very important. No, I wouldn't say K is never wrong. I'm wrong often. We're all wrong often. We don't always get it right, but that's the part that I love. Don't try to be right. Try to get it right. Old head told me that one time. Don't try to be right. Try to get it right. Right? Try to get it right. And when we talk about what's wrong with hip hop and all this good stuff, and you guys, we having this conversation, this is some of it. People aren't open to criticism. We can't have conversations about people. This way it gets convoluted. So anyway, she said she could have set up a pop-up tent with a special menu. She estimates she probably lost about $1,800 that day. The big piece a lot of people aren't understanding is that the crowd was a lot, right? So you got parking lots full to the brim. The restaurants, people aren't able to enter it. And that's where we have some of these issues. Okay, so I'm going to move along and just get some quick words from Angie, just intro. You already know how we rock, Angie. Thank you so much, as usual, every Sunday, each and every Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Just had to clarify a few things. What's going on, Ange?
Hey, what's up?
What's shaking?
So I read the article,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously 1,100% the city's fault. I mean, we can sit here and talk about city corruption all day, every day, but that's not what we're here for. But I will say, I think something to emphasize is that the businesses are talking about a loss of operation costs or operating costs, not necessarily revenue. It's because they
So they're
weren't
not,
able.
yeah. So they're not complaining about any revenue or anything like that that they should have
Right.
received. They're saying that they didn't have enough foot traffic because mostly sometimes entrances was blocked, parking was blocked etc. And they have to spend money on top of the money that they didn't make that would have covered their operating costs. They got to pay their workers. They got
Right.
to run electricity. So a lot of people are getting confused as to, oh, well, what money would you make if one thing can ruin your day. So, hold on one second, Urgent. The city could have helped this number one, Urgent, by providing notice. The city could have provided notice. You provide notice, these businesses can adequately plan. You provide notice, they can adequately plan. I have a theory, and you guys are not going to like this, but it is the theory. And the theory is I think the city may have been trying to not have a lot of people at the location. But you see how that worked out. People see Kendrick at the spot. Notice or no notice, this is the age of information, baby. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, yo, down at the spot. I was just seeing Schoolboy Q. Actually, I saw it that day happening live. They did have a permit to film all this. They did have a permit. Anyway, guys, we saw it live, right, guys? We saw it live. We saw people tweet, hey, yo, Kendrick at the spot. Yo, right? And then people are going to show up. So I think maybe the city at one point figured, you know, maybe we shouldn't just, give this information out there because if we do, then, these businesses are going to tell everyone and it's going to be a slam day. And to that, I asked the city, what the hell did you think it was going to be? By the time Kendrick show up, forget Kendrick. By the time Top Dog and Schoolboy Q show up chilling on a lowrider, the city know what's up. done to rectify this? I'll discuss that a little more, but at the end of the day, there are two things. Number one, the responsibility on the city. Ask yourself how much, let me find out how much a film permit, I know it's based on situation would cost, but in a city like California, I want to know how much it would cost for you to get a permit to film. And I want to see if it's based on budgets and things like that. Let's talk about this. I did see the clarification from the city, and I'm going to read that. Sorry, Angie, I'm going to let you get back to the point. This is the clarification for the city. Business in Compton, especially small businesses, are the backbone of our city. We want to continue to keep an open line of communication and do everything we can to support economic growth, not taking any responsibility. And they said they would identify opportunities for more. Okay, that is taking responsibility. I'm sorry. The city, they would identify opportunities for more efficient film permit communication to our community in the future. Um, No Now and Timmy 4541. No Now says this conversation is null and void. Timmy says y'all give Kendrick excuses for everything, and y'all just cancel each other out. No Now, if I don't have this conversation, I can't get it through anti-Kendrick people's head of how this goes. And Timmy, if I don't get Kendrick the excuse, I can't get the truth out for people to know that it's not K Dot's fault. But anyway, this is the way the movie goes. That's fine. Angie, sorry, go ahead. Finish your point, man. My bad.
I think while it is not Kendrick's fault, I do think that it would not be inappropriate for him to compensate those business owners in Compton.
It would be nice.
For I think again,
But it's not his responsibility. But it would
it's
be
not.
nice.
It is not. It is not his. I mean, listen, right? Like we could argue maybe the permits were submitted late, but again, that's on the city for even accepting the permits that late, right? There could be a million reasons we can sort of, and again, all.
Really, this is why I love the internet. Back in the day, our parents was arguing no Google, and their arguments was okay. Now we be discussing, and we can't even get the information right. You need a 4-day notice to get a permit in the state of California. 4 business days or 96 hours. I love the internet.
Is
Right
it
from the
the
state.
city of LA or the city of Compton?
This is a state. This is a
state?
statewide law.
Okay.
This is a statewide law. You
Yeah,
need.
I mean, listen, there's a million ways we could twist this, right? The city is ultimately responsible for this, but I think it would not be inappropriate for Kendrick to be, and it doesn't sound like a lot per business, what, 2-3K? Do you know how much money this man made off this song? I don't think the city's gonna compensate them, if I'm being honest. I'm not too involved in Compton politics as I am here with New York City politics, but I really do think that Kendrick should, if I'm being honest, right?
I have no doubt that he would do something like that. I have no doubt that he wouldn't. Anyway, but
I think he
again,
should. And I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, like there could be conversation happening that we're not privy to. But I think that he really should compensate someone who, I feel like the money trees line is just funny. And I think the memes are funny on Twitter about all of this, but I think he should. I think he should compensate these businesses. He decided to do this, right? Show love to the city of Compton. The least he can do then is to help compensate these businesses. Again, he didn't have to tell them he was coming, right? I didn't expect all of that from him. But now that things are said and done, and 2,000 to them is a really big deal. Some of these businesses where 2,000 for Kendrick is just pocket change, right? And I think it would be a nice gesture if he did it, and I would actually be very disappointed if he did not, if I'm being honest. I just think he deserves to give back in this way. He utilized their space, right? He understands his popularity. People are going to come out regardless, all it needs is one word of mouth. Someone posts something on Twitter, people are going to show up, right? But yeah, I think he should, and I would be very disappointed if he does not. And I would say the same about Drake. So I would say the same thing.
I do think it's pretty funny that when we have these conversations, I feel like nuance is the most beat down word of 2024, but I don't blame him because we're lacking nuance. I do want to cover something before I move on to Sears and Trackhead. So, is there anybody that does city work, like in this line of business? I don't care what city you do it in. Like, are you on film, that type of stuff? Anybody that's in working for local governments and entertainment, or is this maybe you work for a mayor's office? I'd like for you to punch yourself out. But if we don't have any, that's fine. So I'm just looking randomly at the estimated cost of I guess permits. So it'd be $1,000, but there's so many add-on fees: drone fee, helicopter fee, gunfire fee, special effects fee, lane closure fee. So I'm doing quick maths, and this joint it'll run you almost damn near two, three, four, five. I'm estimating $100. Five, six, eight, nine. Sorry guys, 10. This doesn't make for good content, but I just want to know 11, 13, the 13 plus. So it estimates you about two bands. Now I don't know if the Zuha, we can't pin comments because the live's been going on for too long, so we can't really pin it for too long. We could pin it at the beginning. So it'll run you about two plus bands. So I'm very fascinated. It doesn't seem like a lot of cost. Now, if it's a music video of this magnitude, then it probably there might be an upcharge. But these are conversations we should have. And when we talk about the hypocrisy, it's so funny. Like a lot of people, when it's time to have these conversations, they are you guys, you're spewing all types of different things that if you were the one in this position, you would not want people to talk about. Like if you were a business owner right now, you would want these conversations to be had. You may not want someone like Kendrick to be blamed. For sure, I'm with you, but you want the conversations to be had. Sunday's Best used to work on me, and every store got paid to shoot by or near them. Now, Sunday's Best, you can jump on here. I really would love to probably get some of your insight. Um, but before I move on, I do want to say, even from from what I know, like filming actual movies, or those are longer, and sometimes they're not a day shoot. They go on for days and weeks. I've had seen houses here where people go in and they're like, hey, we want to shoot and use your house, and they pay people thousands of dollars, right? Or we're going to be or we're blocking off this street. You don't have access to this, and they do it as goodwill. But it's most certainly the city's obligation to take care of a lot of this. And y'all got to be careful, because if it is the city's obligation and the city doesn't do what it's supposed to do, you cannot blame LA Times for running this article. Because before LA Times was covering Kendrick Lamar, not like us as news publications, they are covering things that affect people in the city and things that politicians have a hold on. Now, was this a bit clickbaity? Yes, if you want to call it that, but what did you expect him to do? It involved the music video and involved Kendrick. All right, let's go on and CS, talk to me. You got any insight on this?
All right, so I think there's actually onus on Kendrick to pay the people back a bit. I'm not gonna lie, but that's only because I really feel like Kendrick used them, not in a bad way, but he had to have them
What do you mean by that, brother? Because you're a Kendrick fan. You're a Kendrick fan. What do you mean by that?
So ideally, right, let's say the city now shut down. I mean, told the shops, gave them a notice, right? They would still be closed for business days, ironically. So it's at the same time, they're still losing business. I'm not saying he's in the wrong for not paying them, but I still feel as the way Kendrick presents himself and the way he's supposed to be, I guess the way he says he's in the music, the way he says he cares for the people in the community, I say there is kind of onus on Kendrick to do that, just because you kind of just even in what you call it, an ideal situation, there's still kind of onus on you to be yo, maybe a few days of business. I still kind of had you guys closed down for me for my music video. Maybe there's some business stuff I don't know where it's oh, maybe the city pays back.
This is where I kind of agree with you. When the information comes out, right? When the information comes out, or if I had gotten word of it, as a person who's well off, I would reach out. But here's my problem: we gotta have limit, though.
Yeah,
we gotta have limit. We gotta have limit. There's gotta be limit, because how many businesses were affected? These are the information we gotta find out. Was it a certain lane, right? And then if they're not compensated, I think Brooklyn makes a good point. You do get some publicity, but unfortunately, right now, anything that negatively affects Kendrick, you don't want that type of publicity. Like somebody just mentioned, people are putting negative comments on Alma's Place reviews. And I'm sure that's why Alma's Place came out and was like, yeah, sorry, we weren't saying shit about Dot. You know, this ain't got nothing to do with Dot because people are states. So the business owners are specifically referencing the city. Specifically referencing the city. But at the root cause, the way the article is written, they are blaming the city, right? That wasn't the point. The article came out yesterday. Why don't we wait to find out what happened? It is September. The music video was shot in July. Why don't we wait to find out what happened? The LA Times is not good enough source for you? They named multiple businesses. They named multiple businesses. They named multiple businesses. I'm guessing the Alma's Place business is the only one that probably, and it's a soul food spot, so it's you can tell it's most likely a black-owned business. So they are probably privy to what's going on. They probably saw their reviews and was like, "Ooh, this wasn't being interpreted the way we wanted it to be interpreted." And I think that blaming the LA Times, dog, the fucking audience, and y'all are out of pocket. This headline is not that misleading, and if we read the article, it takes 2 seconds. Sorry, it takes 2 seconds. And then the shit with Act is like, for me to defend Act, Act is not out here, being pro Drake. But all Act did, I'm just keeping it a bean. I'm just keeping it a bean. All Act did was post the article. I swear not. Unless if I'm missing something, Act posted an article and just took the entire article and put it in the caption. And motherfuckers in it. And I was like, okay, I was like, I'm a hypocrite. We're all hypocrites. So I was like, man, I should mention in the video, y'all are doing too much. All Act did was post an article. But anyway, let's get back to the article. What's up? Talk to me. Track, what's up? Talk to me.
Yeah, man, I feel weird. I'm in between on this because me personally, I do think it's more on the city than anybody else because we're not talking about like some middle of nowhere city. We're not talking about anywhere where they don't constantly have movie productions and music videos and things like that. I just feel like it's a little weird that they're ill-equipped for something that for the most part, would commonly happen in that city. Maybe not that specific area.
So because it's Compton, yeah. But then again, when I think about it, there are a lot of rappers from Compton that go back home. Maybe they weren't equipped for this volume. That must be what it is. That Not Like Us video was jam-packed.
That's facts. To me, I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, I skimmed the article. I skimmed through it.
Bad track. Hold on. LA Times took the post down because y'all was the last thing they paid their social media. The article is still up. Somebody's got to say it. Somebody's got to say it. And this is the problem. No one has the information, and you going to make me rich because I'm just reading one more thing than you. Nobody wants to read. What the fuck is going on? Should we turn the live into nobody wants to read? Track, I'm on your ass because that's the point you were making.
Wait, I didn't finish.
Track was like, I skimmed the article. Yeah. I'm reading. Hey, no offense to the person. Hold on, Track. No offense to the person that said, they deleted the article because I think you just jumped in the live. So no offense to you, but this is the insane thing, right? To anybody else on the live right now, I'm reading. Y'all can't see because of the green screen. I can't. I'm reading. Hold on. I'm reading the article. Type up, go to they deleted the post because they didn't, rabid fans. They on the socials commenting all types of nonsense. Did I display what Cardi? No, I did not. The hell? Well, did I land on Playboy Cardi's Reddit? Anyway, track. Go ahead. My bad, bro. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're good, man. No, but so I won't lie, right? I did skim through the article, but even skimming through the article and then looking like at academics posts and everything going on, I don't think it's necessarily that people feel like Kendrick has an obligation because they read the article. I just feel like what we're seeing now is because, post beef, there's a lot of eyes on Kendrick Lamar, good, positive, whatever. And there's people on both sides trying to make narratives, and it's a quote you said. I actually like it a lot where you say, we want musicians to be politicians and politicians to,
We want our entertainers to be politicians. We want our politicians to be entertainers. It's
yeah,
nasty work.
it's a
It's
great
nasty
quote.
work.
Because it's true, like realistically, you can say from a moral standards, you feel like he should have to pay half of how he presents himself. But none of us in here know Kendrick Lamar, as a person. I feel like it's really more so to me on the city. I feel like the city really dropped the ball, but since it was dropped on his video, it's gonna look like, you know what I mean? It just looks like
Let me
negative.
hit you with one though. Let me hit you with one right here. I guess you want to call it a paradox or a conundrum, right? Let me just make sure. I guess we can call it a conundrum, right? Says you right, baby. I got that on lock. We want our, and I'm a TM that. It's a conundrum. We want our entertainers to be politicians to be
Nah,
entertainers.
you signed that away in the
Hold
360.
on. But guys, so here's the problem. We got a conundrum, right? I'm not saying that shouldn't pay because of this, but peep game. When our capitalists keep doing good measure after good measure every time the city drop the ball, and some of them don't mind. It's a nice little tax break. The GOP love it. Hey, look at me. I just signed another check and I get good PR from it. And look, I'm taking care of the people. The more capitalists do under the guise of charity, saying that charity shouldn't exist, the less responsibility on the city. If the city, listen, even if I looked at the cost of the permit, so let's say you would hit Kendrick and them with 2 bands. I don't think you hit them with 2 bands, but let's just assume, hey, if the city, it should be somebody at the city. I don't give a damn. It's an intern. By order of PG Lang, we are requesting a 3-day video. PG Lang, hey, that day freeing them. Oh no. Okay, Mr. Lamar, I understand that these are the costs, but based on what's going on and what we anticipate might happen to the city, please explain to us in what locations you would be recording in, and how that might affect the small businesses of our community. And unfortunately, we would have to this film and permit would have to cost about $10,000. You think PG Lane give a damn? They'd have signed that check fast.
You
Man,
know
it's
what?
10 bands. You understand what
I
I'm
want
saying
to
though?
piggyback
Track,
on
hear me
that
out.
too.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you go. But if you don't do it that way, the city can drop the ball. One, not communicate. The city can not compensate, and then now we asking PG Lane to do it, which I don't mind. But you got to think of these little nuances, like these small little after effects. Go ahead, Track. These small
So
little cause and effect.
you funny enough went on something I was just about to bring up, right? Because just like you said, right, we were asking him to do it. But let's put it in a different scenario, right? Because there's tons of reasons, tons of different permits that you can get roads blocked off. What happens if it's a situation where it's an organization not necessarily making money, for protests and stuff like that? You have to go ahead and block those roads off. Would we then hold those same people responsible? Or do we hold the city responsible for dropping the ball? Because Kendrick's a millionaire, we're like, oh, he has the money, he should pay it. But realistically, that's not always going to be the case. You're going to end up in situations where the organization involved may not necessarily have the funds to pay it. You know what I mean?
That's why you apply the cost. Don't nobody want to, everybody want to, now we get into a political conversation, don't want to bore y'all to death. Nobody wants to apply the cost, right? Nobody wants to apply the cost because you want to do it under the guise of we want to be a place where people feel comfortable to do business, right? We want to be open for business. We want filmmakers to be able to come through. Give a damn if you want filmmakers to come through. Hey, listen, you're going to affect 5 businesses. We estimate they may lose about $2,000 in operation costs. You got to cover it. That's $10,000 more. But if I say stuff like that, now that's socialism. Now it gets convoluted. The conversation is getting weird, right? But at the end of the day, there's a certain hypocrisy in the way we talk about the things we're talking about, when we demand certain things out of capitalists and millionaires, but we don't demand anything out of our goddamn politicians. And that's why I love talking about things like this in a way where I can hit you with the ignorant single, and boom, I got your ass in the track. Let's go. Let's talk about this album cut. Now I got y'all. Now I like where we at, track. Now let's talk about corporate responsibility versus municipal responsibility. Now since you want to take it there, you understand what I'm saying, track? Now
Yeah,
I got you. And that's why earlier on a drop of the dime, motherfucker talking about you a glazer, that's why I said let me stop the live and address you. Cause you can't even see the vision, loser. You can't even see the vision. Look where we at. On this live probably under 21, like, oh, what I'm talking about? You are voting age, brothers and sisters. Let's go. Let's go. You are voting age. Oh, now, and that's why I love rap to a certain extent because of these weird little things, and maybe because it's my brain, because I'm an MC too, and I'm so involved in breaking this shit down. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with breaking down lyrics left and right. Don't get me twisted. I've done my share of it. But I like to take this puppy a little bit somewhere else instead of trying to figure out, on the section 22, Kendrick said the revelations of the man on there. Now, ain't nothing wrong with that. But I like to take it a little different and say, okay, when we start talking about real life stuff, we don't want to have that conversation, but have it on a much more with a lot of nuance and with grace, right? So this conversation now is like, okay, what's going on? Now, a lot of people, you go vote. You'll never. I hope it's people from Compton that's fans of Kendrick right now. They want to know who their mayor is. They want to know who the city commissioner is. What happened? Who was? Even if it's because you wanted to go curse him out. You made my guy Kendrick look bad. I'm glad now you kid. That's the power of rap. Hip hop is so crazy. It's so crazy. What a genre, right? So that's just how I feel about it. Now I want to present you guys a question. Okay. All right, guys. This is where things are gonna get a little dicey. Okay. And my question is this. At what point do we put the worshiping away? Okay. And do we use our rational brain? Like when I guess the question I'm trying to ask you guys is, when does your fandom stop? That sounds like a rhetorical question, but I'm really being serious. Because for me, when I see an LA Times article, I'm like, okay, I'm not saying LA Times or news publications are the most honest places, but I'm like, okay, this article. Because when I see, the Drake users posting it or whatever, I don't give a fuck about that. I say, oh, who wrote this article? Oh, let me go ahead and pull the article. Oh, LA Times. Okay, let me go ahead. Okay. And then I got to go, okay, sometimes media controls a certain narrative, absolutely. But I'm like, all right, let me read. Does this make sense outside of a narrative? And I'll be honest with you, unless their narrative was to make the city's politicians look bad, because I don't know, they're funded by Compton. You know what? Now let's get deep. I'm gonna see the Compton. I'm gonna look up the Compton politicians. Compton's city council and mayor. Now you can say, okay, maybe this is the LA Times is funded by Republicans, stuff like that. But there was nothing in this article, as defensive all the K-Dot fans are, there was nothing in this article that make you think that, they were trying to make Kendrick look bad. He just happened to be, unfortunately, the topic around it. So Emma Sharif is a Democrat. Go ahead, Trey.
I don't think that the LA Times is trying to make him bad. I think where a lot of people are getting in these arguments is that I feel like you can use the truth to push a narrative, even if the truth doesn't necessarily line up. So a lot of people are taking this article, kind of ignoring the context, and then using that as like a smoking gun. And, we've seen them do it on both sides,
They ain't reading the article.
Exactly. They're skipping.
Right.
They just like me. They're skipping.
They're reading the article. And what's happening is I want to move on now to Lil Wayne because I think this conversation, for me, I don't mind staying here, but I think I've deep dove enough on this. and I'm gonna give you guys a closing on this. And I'm gonna let M come on because M, you from Cali, and I'm gonna help. I'm gonna want you to help us on the closing points. But the idea is that at the end of the day, guys, we can't be. I'll give you guys. I give you guys this, right? I'll give you guys something that another old head told me one time, right? Um, he said, "Hey, when I was in college, I learned something from this very liberal girl." Y'all, please don't ask me why I was talking to a Trump supporter. He was like, Kay, this is my white guy voice. Kay, I find it so fascinating that me and you can actually have these conversations. It really doesn't get really ugly. And I was like, yeah, man, yeah, we can have a conversation. And I was like, well, mostly because I see you as Republican at heart. This Trump thing, you got to let it go. Good news, he has let the Trump thing go, track. So I did do good work. I did do good work. But he's a Republican. And Trump make y'all forget sometimes that Republicans are normal people too. They just got this cancel over there. I don't give a damn what y'all think. I said what I said. But anyway, long story short, he's like, but I was talking to this liberal girl a long time ago, and she told me, you know, there's a way that you argue, and there's a way that a lot of us argue. We start the argument from the most extreme side. And the reason why is we start the argument on the most extreme side. You and I will feel better when we eventually concede something and come up with an agreement. So if a lot of y'all, I guess, so this, I'm a hypocrite too because I know this and I still be chastising y'all. Everybody's extreme, everybody's terrible. I know deep down inside, like, I know the realities of life. This is how we are, man. We live in a much better binary life, right? A lot of us, we start from the extreme sides. Why did they lose money? Can you explain? I'm gonna give a final remarks on this. I'm gonna let M talk though. But anyway, we start from the extreme, guys. Subconsciously, a lot of y'all don't even know this. You start from anti-Kendrick, anti-Drake. So when you give one away, you don't have to give up too much. Does that make sense, guys? Is anybody not understanding that? I hope y'all understand it. All right, M, talk to me. What's up? Talk to me, Em. Talk to the
Hey,
kids.
what's up?
Hey,
But
what's shaking?
no, I thought you was about to move on to
I
Wayne.
am moving on. I
Okay,
am moving
so
on.
once you like
Uh,
get into it,
uh,
and then I'll chime in. But
oh, you sound like you coming in hot. You are coming in hot. I can tell.
actually, I am, but I'm gonna let you get to it.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get. All right. So the thing is, we are hypocrites. Question before we move on. This is a good segue. Probability, probability of Lil Wayne performing. I'm gonna say Lil Wayne, Kendrick Lamar performing a large part of "Not Like Us." Say over 30 seconds of "Not Like Us." Probability. You think it's a 50% probability? Because I have a prediction. M said zero. You don't think he's gonna perform anything? He didn't call to tell me to move on. I said that I would move on. I said that I was getting ready to move on, so I added her. No, Andre, we good. I added her because I thought she still had something to do with the Kendrick topic. So I added her, but clearly she wants to talk about as we move on to the hypocrisy of how we're treating Lil Wayne. All right, so a lot of y'all, I'm reading. Somebody said 70%, 0% chance he does 50% of a lot. All right, yo, let's do an exercise before we get to Wayne. This is fun. I'm about to pull up the "Not Like Us" lyrics. I'm not gonna put up the song. I'm not gonna put up the song. I'm trying to. Let's see what part of the "Not Like Us" lyrics suitable for the Super Bowl. Somebody says he's gonna change the lyrics. I kind of agree. And what up? So before we start talking about Wayne, let's see what part of this is suitable. Okay, the chorus is suitable. They not like us. 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 6 times. Very suitable. Disney, ABC. What is Super Bowl gonna be on this year? What channel is it gonna be on? Oh, that shit. What shit is gonna be on CBS? Anyway, so we agree the hook. Brothers and sisters, I'm here to tell you. Let's try to figure out where the NFL gonna be like, time out, nigga. Hey, mustard on the beat, ho. Okay, we can bleep out ho. Hey, mustard on the beat, Debo, any rap, nigga. So we're gonna bleep that out. He a freak though, man down, call an Ember Lamp, sell him breed, bro. Okay, that we can work with that. Nail a nigga to the cross, he walking around like Tizo. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. So
The
no,
Broncos wouldn't like that line.
yeah. Okay. Here, like, let's go to verse 2. I got nothing here. Like, so Drake, I hear you like him young. It's crazy. No. Okay, let's go to verse 2. I think verse 3 is the kicker. You think the Bay gonna let you disrespect Pac, nigga? I think that Oakland show gonna be your last stop, nigga. The co-foul. I don't know why you still pretending. What is the owl? Bird niggas and bird bitches? Oh, the audience not dumb. Shit the stories how you want. Drake, they not slow. Yo, to any of my MCs on here, I know what I'm doing is funny right now, but still this from Kendrick Lamar. On my next project, I promise you I will have a project. I don't care if I have 10 listeners. Just because I talk about rapping, I'm just gonna keep rapping. I can bet money on it, and he will not release a video of him recording now. Not old Kendrick. I'm talking about new Kendrick. The Kendrick that has perfected delivery and flow. I promise you, Kendrick does this now. There's no way you deliver these lines without getting to some method acting. Where were we? Go. The audience not dumb. Shit the stories how you want. Hey, Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is deep. I can go further. I promise you. Ain't that something beat right step for a bit? And you Malibu most wanted. Ain't no okay. That is not Super Bowl friendly. Let's keep going. What OVO stand for? The other vaginal option, not Super Bowl friendly. I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. Wait, I know we're supposed to be getting on Lil Wayne. Can I do 5 minutes on DeMar DeRozan real quick? Chat, can I do 5 minutes on DeMar DeRozan, please? Andre says yes. I swear to God, bro, call your friends up right now. God, if I never did nothing for you, remember that I did this for you. Call all of your friends right now and ask your friends, yo, how you feel about what DeMar DeRozan did? If the answer is not he wilding at minimum, drop that friend. Drop that friend. Call up every single one of your friends and say, yo, how you feel about DeMar DeRozan saying that he can still play peaceful? Tell DeMar DeRozan how you felt like he show up on a concert. How you feel about that? If your friends don't say wildin', okay, maybe don't cut off the friend. I don't know if that's like your bestie from the. Just start watching that friend a little more. This nigga DeMar DeRozan said, I made a video. DeMar DeRozan said, yeah, it's tough for me picking who's the better rapper. But that, I stitched the wrong part. The part was when they started asking him about Lil Wayne. And it was like, Charlamagne was like, yo, DeMar DeRozan, but don't you think that it would be tough? It'd be tough for, Lil Wayne to be brought out with Kendrick Lamar. DeMar DeRozan's like, really? I don't see how. Charlamagne had to spell it out for him, put in his subtitles. What that? Wait, what is that? Hitman Holla? What, I gotta put it in subtitles or something? Charlamagne was like, hey, Lamar, I don't think you understand. Yo, I swear to God, I could do an hour on this DeMar DeRozan shit. I'm sorry. We're gonna move on, guys. I gotta change the picture. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. This guy's got some nerves, bro. Perfect. DeMar. Hey, that's the shit that's pissing me off. It's a fire picture, too. Bro. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm not gonna do this. If I'm lying, I'm fine. If I'm wilding, y'all let me know. We will get to Lil Wayne. I swear I'll extend the live 30 times. I don't give a shit. 30 minutes. Cause I just this is I can do an hour on DeMar DeRozan. So Charlamagne, the guy was like, hey, but DeMar, like, you don't understand how that would be tough. And this is if you want to call it an irony, oxymoron, and this is the problem with DeMar DeRozan. Because he can't understand how what he did is a problem, he can't understand how Wayne showing up at the Super Bowl with Kendrick would be a problem. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Charlamagne was trying to walk him through it, pause if necessary. Charlamagne said, hey, you know that with Kendrick getting the performance, because DeMar DeRozan was like, I don't see why Kendrick can't even just bring out Wayne and everybody be happy. And Charlamagne was like, DeMar, what Drake said? You should have. That's when you should have known DeMar wasn't your man. The more I say it, the more I don't want to hear it. Y'all remember that commercial?
But Kay, let me just say this. I truly do not think that DeMar has a personal problem with Drake. I just think that he was happy to be mentioned in such a monumental moment in hip hop and he's from Compton. He just was in
What
the
was that
video and
moment?
at the pop out. Just like LeBron. I don't think LeBron has a problem with Drake. I just think that they really enjoyed the battle and obviously Kendrick won. And, now people are trying to force them to pick a side when they're just like, damn, we like both. I don't
What
think
was
that
the moment?
They picked a side. They
but it
literally
was
picked a
but I feel like
side.
it was
What was
They
the
came on a
unintentionally.
moment?
song. No,
But
they
I feel like it
picked.
was unintentionally. I
Listen,
don't think that they have a personal problem with Drake.
yeah, but Drake should have a personal problem with them. Okay,
Oh
they
no, you're right.
Who?
No,
literally
yes,
got
you're
on a song. They have no reason to hate Drake. Okay, they got on a song because it was cool, because we wanted to represent Compton, LA, etc. Okay, they literally got on a.
Sorry, Angie. I had to take control of the room. I'm gonna let y'all all go one by one. My dad once told me, "I got who needs enemies? With that type of friend, a friend that would do these type of things to you, who needs enemies? Guys, okay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna let M go, and then I'm gonna let Angie go, and then it's a since it's a lot of mics. I gotta get back to making my point. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. I'm a standing on mine. I'm not delusional. No, ladies and gentlemen, I have a brain. Okay, and on top of having a brain, no insult to the rest of y'all, consume media at a nasty rate. I've got clips of DeMar DeRozan telling you how Drake helped him get through a tough times. So some of y'all that want to talk about they just work homies, should have kept it at work. I don't care how rich DeMar DeRozan is. I don't care how famous he is. He might be a smart gentleman. You got to be smart to be able to get to that level of basketball to a certain level, right? It may not be our type of smart, but replays. So I don't like insulting athletes that way, calling them dumb. But he's not rationalizing well here. I'm gonna let you continue. And then I'm gonna get to cracking on him. I'm gonna let you finish, and I want to go to Angie because Angie was making a point.
Right. So Angie wasn't wrong. I think that Drake has every right to feel away if he does. But I feel like the way that I have seen like people like Charlemagne, or I don't think anyone spoke to LeBron, but I see people like, troll him, like pick a side or whatever. The way I see them do that, I feel like they don't have a personal problem with Drake. I just feel like they're fans of hip hop like us, and they saw that Kendrick won the battle, so they kind of swayed to that side. But I don't think that they have a problem with Drake. And I feel like DeMar is media trained to the point where in an interview, he's not going to say with his chest, I chose Kendrick's side. He's still gonna, say nice things about Drake. And I don't think he's wrong for that, because if he came out and said something negative like, I'm Team Kendrick, or however he speaks, I don't think that's good for his brand. So I mean, that's just my opinion, but y'all are not wrong.
No, I have some pushback on that, but I'm gonna let Angie finish her point because I had hold on one second. Go ahead, Angie. I would say this, Angie. So I don't know if you want to alley oop off this. There's nothing more, whatever your brand, than showing up in front of the shipping containers when the old boy was getting called a pedophile.
Listen, yeah.
You should, if you didn't think about your brand then, I don't know what answering a question. They asked son who's the better rapper. I don't want to choose. That was the shit that pissed me off. I would rather you, I'll rap. If one of my homies thinks some nigga rap better than me, I might be bird hurt for like 30 seconds. I'll get over it and go get in the pen. But nigga shouted you out. He shouted you out. Cool. He shouted you out. That's not a problem. All right. But then you're at the concert. All right. You know what? Not bad. Then you in the video. Nigga, 3 strikes you out. 3 strikes you out, cuz. What are we talking about here? You had 3. Come on. You had 3 opportunities. All right, nigga shouted you out. That ain't on you. That's a fastball up the middle. You ain't swing. You good, cuz. You good. Motherfucker. Second one, they put the slider right there. Right there. The slider right there. You swung. Okay, cool. You at the pop out. You and Westbrook talking about some. Cool, nigga. Cool. Ain't no problem. You at the concert. Ain't no worries. But then you decide to do the big one. You want to think about your brand then. Nigga said, he had the do-rag on, let you know he's really from Bompton. Look at the cap. Look at the shipping container. Then they asked the singer, who you think is a better rapper? Sorry, I can't choose. I will backpage. What the fuck is you talking about? Then they asked him, are you confused? And we're going to segue and going to move on to Wayne right now because I've done enough. I don't want DeMar DeRozan not have smoke for everybody else, but he's going to have smoke for me. There's a lot of niggas that move like that. They don't understand smoke for everybody else, but when they're talking the truth, I bet you DeMar DeRozan, he'll pick a side when it come to me. They don't pick a side. What the fuck are you talking about? Yo, what? The more you say it, the less I like it. Moving on to Wayne. DeMar DeRozan is confused. He can't understand why Kendrick wouldn't bring Wayne out, why Kendrick and Wayne wouldn't be able to show up at the concert together. DeMar said, and I quote, I'm paraphrasing, sorry, not quoting, I don't see how that would be an issue. I don't see, and Charlemagne was like, DeMar, no, you can't. Charlemagne was nice too. Charlemagne was like, you can't do that. Like you gotta understand, Drake is Wayne's rap son. Like that. And you on a panel, you ain't got to type unmute your mic. Yes, they had issues then, but that was just Cold War, and
I already in my mama clothes right now, so I can't really like.
Okay, go ahead, type. You good? Hey, motherfucker, it's one thing to be throwing little subs. I can dig rap in. But a rapper with a ghostwriter, what the fuck happened? Oh no! All right, I can still work with you. Subs. Push this red button. Everybody's seven gated. We go all out war. Why y'all think? Why do you guys think? And this is the problem when I say everyone deserves criticism. Let's move on to Wayne. Let's move on to Wayne in the Super Bowl. Hold on, bro. Say that again.
I said, can I interrupt you real quick, bro? My bad.
Please go on as I get this Wayne picture loaded up.
Yo, do you think LeBron's in that same that same place as DeMar too?
LeBron has more rings than DeMar. Not only because he's more talented, but can you hear me?
I'm talking about on that Drake stance.
No, I'm about to tell you.
Say it.
It's a great question. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
This is why LeBron is smarter than DeMar, and he's not in the same circle. LeBron, right? He didn't get a first strike. It was 1-0. Kendrick ain't mentioned Bron. Where LeBron took a strike is when he went to the pop-out. But you got plausible deniability. Hey, I'm in LA. I'm an LA a basketball player. It's a big concert in the city. I didn't know what he was going to do at the concert. I'm a star in LA. It's going to be one of the biggest concerts ever. Motherfucker, you know how LeBron's so smart? Y'all little niggas don't even understand. Hey, Braylon, nigga brought his wife.
Yeah.
Bron said, hey. Come on, and Drake called. Yo, Drake was good, bro. It was good, Drizzy. Nah, yo, you know that was my wife, man. My wife love that PG Lang shit, bro. You know, Kendrick cool with me. Yo, he a good rapper, you know what I'm saying? I think y'all both like this. But my wife really wanted to go to that show. And you know how I know? You know how I know Clutch don't play when them black vans pull up? Who had the PG Lang shirt on at the Olympics? Savannah. Plausible deniability.
That is true.
So Bron could be like, hey, I like the song. The song is fire, bro. You know, it ain't nothing, but I don't really think I believe nothing that you saying. You know, you my mans. I'm not saying, Bron, you shouldn't feel no way about Bron. That's not what I'm saying, guys. Comprehension, please. Comprehend what I'm saying. I'm answering Braylon's question by telling y'all the crime, the charge placed on DeMar DeRozan a lot more egregious than LeBron. We can give LeBron probation 30 days. 30 days. Some what do they call that shit? Community service. Him and Drake could be good again. You know how I know? Nigga started posting the OVO forces. You know, all of it takes a conversation. Ain't nothing crazy, guys. Nothing crazy. Nothing ridiculous. And we're gonna talk about that Drake line too. But DeMar, brother, that's third degree. That's first degree manslaughter. And the only reason we ain't charging you with Rad Rum backwards is because you on the media acting remorseful. We're gonna hit you with fake remorseful. We're gonna hit you with first degree manslaughter. Bam, relax. Let me run my show. You'll be all right. I don't know if you DeMar himself. You're mad. The more we say, the more you get annoyed. But anyway, so we move on, right? And then mother again, can't understand why Wayne ain't gonna perform. I want to hit you guys with something. When we was just discussing the Not Like Us lyrics, what the hell makes you guys think Wayne was very happy with the fucking Wayne girl, Wayne Joe? That's conniving. What makes you think Lil Wayne is happy? As far as Lil Wayne is concerned, he's given us two clues. One, he told us, I had my heart broken by a woman named Tammy. Hoes gonna be hoes and I blame Tammy. And he's had a memoir in which his story is, nah, Drake had popped old girl before, and he didn't tell me when I started dating her that he had popped her before. That was Wayne's story. I'm not saying it ain't my business. It ain't my private parts. That's what Wayne said. But you come out and you say, fucking Wayne's girl, Wayne in jail. That's conniving. Ah, man. Why do you think Wayne happy? All right, so off the fact that me and you, we cool. You my mans. You my mans. You my mans. You my mans. You look up to me. I think you're a dope MC, but you got into war with one of my sons, my rap sons. We ain't even got to see eye to eye. That's one of my rap sons. Y'all started warring. On top of warring, you then took the story, and it was a fine line. That's conniving part is what got me. That's the Nick. That's so good. That's it. What's a Wayne girl? Why you in jail? That's conniving.
And then he said he got his face tatted, and Wayne and
Like a
Drake
bitch
really did that.
apologizing. I said,
And Drake
oh
really
God,
did like Wayne's
I
face
never want to
tatted.
hit the OVO towers. He said, and got his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. Man, Drake probably in there like, yo, you don't even know. And it's like, it's crazy when you got another man tatted on you, but I understand why. Hey, listen, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. There are a few reasons why you should get someone tatted on you. Number one, your father. I'll allow it. Number two, your son. I'll allow it. Number three, Ninja is the reason why you have one of the most successful rap careers ever, saved your family's life, set you up for generations, and you're the most successful, gave you the biggest alley oop ever. I'll allow it. I'm sorry. You might not like it. I'm not saying I would do it either. I'm telling you, I would allow it. All the other tats, crazy. I think that LeBron tat, crazy, crazy. Wayne is about the only one. But Kendrick's so good at it, Kendrick said, nah, let me show you how I can get as an MC. Mothers don't like it when I call Kendrick a war general. You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. When Drake calls himself a war general, you're like, oh, you're not a. But when I say Kendrick a war general, he's so pure, you mad at me. It was one battle and it was Hiroshima. Yeah, it was one battle. I've seen enough. I think they both, to some extent, generals. Y'all don't want to admit it, and it's not me trying to play both sides. But say Kendrick got a bomb. Kendrick got a boom off one battle. Drake got a boom, and he be in the field. Sometimes bros got to take him out. They got to take him out with salacious shit. And sometimes it be his fault. Sometimes it's his fault. Why you bring out the women? Why you talk about the women? Right? I want to get back on topic, but I'm just saying, guys, that's the thing when people are like, oh, Drake, this. I said, nah, them boys is battle tested. Boy gave Meek, hey, a lot of your favorite rappers cannot come out of ghostwriter allegations. A lot of your favorite rappers could not. A lot of your favorite rappers could not play defense. If somebody was like, hey, somebody writing your lyrics, my boy Drake came in. He almost made me go like, you know what? You're right. Anyway, so listen. Chatted like a bitch apologizing. How does Wayne feel about that line? If I'm Wayne, and that's my man still, and I lose sound when I move around a lot, all right, I'm gonna try my best not to move. And I shouldn't be moving because I'm not off the henny today, so I don't know why I'm even. I don't even know why I'm so hyped today. I'm off the kombucha. Hey, let's get this brand deal, yo. What's up with these brand deals, bro? Like, what's up with these brand deals? Like, I can bust everything. Now they're gonna say I sold out once I start doing the brand deals. They're gonna say the echo is weird. I think it's the room that I'm in. How about now? Still getting more of the echo. Still hearing a little bit of echo. Anyway, guys, so we'll move on to the point. So we got Wayne, right? We got Wayne, and we got that line. So now we got Kendrick. I don't think Kendrick can bring out Wayne. I don't think Wayne, from a loyalty perspective, I don't think it can work. So if Wayne feels like this is not a situation, if Wayne feels like this is not a situation he could be involved in, does that explain the immense pain that he seems to be displaying in that video? And this is why, when somebody told me it's going to be hard to build a community on TikTok, I said, cool, but go to hell. Because these are the type of, Issa, what up, baby? These are the type of intelligent conversations I like to have with my chat. Hear me out, guys. Could it be possible, and I'm presenting this question to the panel, we're going to start from Braylon all the way down, and we're going to add a few other people. Could it be possible? Actually, let's start from Q since you just got on.
Yeah.
Q, what up, baby? Could it be possible, let me present this question. Yeah, could it be possible that immense pain and disappointment that Lil Wayne was expressing was not only because he did not get the opportunity, but also because he knew, because of the person they chose, even though that person respects him very highly, and that person would gladly give him a spot at that show to come do 22 seconds, he knows that he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And these opportunities don't come very often. If you guys are wondering, because I think somebody's going to present this, even though I think y'all are pretty smart not to present this, I think I have a pretty smart audience. These opportunities are limited. We discussed, number one, this should be the last year of Jay-Z and Roc Nation at the helm of this type of show. That's number one. Number two, we don't know if that's going to, no, number one, we don't know if that contract is going to be renewed. Number two, with that said, if no more Roc Nation, the rap acts are going to be rare. Number three, Wayne himself, as y'all have pointed out, is getting older and is not as sharp. Next year, Super Bowl, that's another year on your belt. Number four, as you get older, you lose more relevancy. You take a combination of those things, could it be possible that Wayne and his team have calculated this is a tough position to be in? Kwadi, talk to me, baby. Talk to me.
I simply just think like bro was disappointed because he was like, yo, this is my city. I already like said like, yo, I would do that, and like it's like I feel like the reason he felt so messed up because I watched him like talking about it like when he's on live a couple times, and like what I was hearing, it seemed like it's like he knows he's important, but sometimes he feel like he's not that big to like do a Super Bowl type thing. But when he saw the people rallying and saying, "Nah, we want Wayne," he was like, "Damn, that made me feel like something." So it's like I think was really like in a sense in his mind, maybe he was getting like quote unquote reality check by like people saying like he not big enough. But like when we said we wanted him, it was like maybe I am big enough, and that was like that little mental battle he was having in his head, and that's why he said he wants to be better, he wants to do better. Because I've seen a lot of people put in that, oh, he's a drug addict, he's a lean hit, and it's like why are we doing that? Why are we trying to tear him down like that?
Q, as we talk about, when I say that, the beginning of this live, Q, and you got a good point, and I'm hoping I can get to everybody else, but I want to stay on this point real quick. I talk about hypocrisy of the audience, when some of our people pass, right? We start doing all this. Oh, we should have been more graceful. Why did nobody help? It's one thing to say, I never liked Lil Wayne's music anyway. You lie.
Mm-hmm.
You can lie. You can lie. And lie about that because I was outside for it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't sell 1 million records first week without almost the entire rap world going, this shit is fire. And on top of being outside for it, one of the few things I dinged Lil Wayne on is that he wasn't too heavy on the political topics, even though he did touch. He has the Georgia Bush thing, and he probably has a limited scope. The Georgia Bush record was after the hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
That was one time. He had Hollywood Divorce, which some people are saying Kendrick referenced on this new record. That's one way he talks about the ill effects of Hollywood. And then he has one more record that I think he gets really super deep and conscious. But yes, I absolutely think that Lil Wayne is flawed in how he was talking about Black Lives Matter movements. Lil Wayne was also very young. And by young, I know
Yeah.
what you're going to say. He wasn't a kid. He wasn't in his 40s. A lot of y'all 25, 26, 27, the situation he grew up in. And the thing about people being older is when they grow up in entertainment at a very young age, they don't develop as quick as a lot of us.
Mm-hmm.
They don't develop as quick. They take longer. Because while you were 12 years old, you run around with Birdman doing all types of whatever. I remember Lil Wayne told a story one time about when he lost his virginity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about the Black Lives Matter movement, BZ. I'm sorry. The one I'm talking about is when they was talking, when they was asking Son about, what was the Katie Couric interview? Unless I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, we'll get to it. 2013. And I can't remember why this drama started. That was 20. The one I'm talking about is 2013. That was 11 years ago. So Wayne is probably what, early 30s, late 20s at that point. And he was also saved by a white man when he got shot. When he shot, I think it was like his homie shot him by mistake, or he shot himself by mistake, or something like that. I could be wrong. I don't want to
Yeah,
get the
nah.
wrong
It
information.
was. I believe
But
he tried to take his own life. He said in the
yeah,
All Workout song.
yeah, there you go. There you go. So that's one of the ones where he got introspective. But the point is, it's not necessarily about knowing right from wrong, Prime. And this is where we are as the audience. We are a bunch of hypocrites. I'm not making excuses. Something can be wrong, but there's reason behind it. A reason does not always mean it's an excuse. An excuse means, let me give you the exact definition of excuse. Okay? This is the exact,
Dictionary key
because
in the
we have to
building.
move like this. This is an attempt to defend or justify, sometimes to lessen the blame. I guess that portion, if you want to consider an excuse, fair enough. But I'm not justifying Lil Wayne's actions. I'm not justifying it. I'm just trying to tell you why he could possibly think this way. And the reason I say we are all hypocrites, there are other avenues that if I ask you guys your opinion, I know you're not a celebrity, I get it. If I ask you your opinions and I put a camera in front of your face, a lot of y'all would have some shitty opinions too.
Type shit.
In your life and your background, and this is what giving grace is, right? I would find out, oh, that's why you think like that. There are some of you that have in your dating life, you have some nasty El Drewski. I'm gonna bring you on in a second. You have some nasty opinions about women or men. God, you should know better. You're 30. And then I ask questions. And I go, oh, that girl did that to you in seventh grade. You're scarred. This ex broke up with you,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's just life. So, older he is, should he know better? Cool. I'm not making excuses. I'm just giving you reason why somebody that's older like him would not know better. Because this nigga was damn near got the life of a child actor. And based on what we see about people that get famous very early, they usually have some odd developmental problems where they don't get, he's functioning, but they don't. I'm just telling you what it is. I guess. So in your defense, you see how I can correct myself. I'm telling you, I want to clarify that I'm not telling you as a reason to defend or lessen the blame. I'm just telling you as to why he could be that way. With that said, that don't change the fact that with all the things attached to Lil Wayne, you ninjas was bumping that. A milli, I'm a
Mm-hmm.
millionaire, I'm a young money millionaire, tougher than Nigerian hair. I was saying it. Yeah.
Gotta remember it.
She was fine, right? So this is the type of human stuff that we had. Now, somebody tried to cancel Lil Wayne for saying that line. They was like, Lil Wayne gonna be all right. He tougher than Nigerian hair, right? I was like, okay, fair enough. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. Body blow, body blow, body blow, body blow. That's a good shot. That's a good shot at Wayne. But I was like, come on. Like, even me, I was out there tougher than Nigerian here. Right? So, so let's move on, guys. So the conversation is this. The conversation we're having is, I asked Q. Q said it's plausible that that's why Wayne probably, felt that way. I want to move over to Braylon. I don't want to do too much of the talking here. I already do too much of the talking. Braylon, let me ask you a question. As we watch Lil Wayne's reaction and Lil Wayne's statement on live, do you feel as though some of why he was acting, some of how dejected he looked, was because he knew that he was stuck between a rock and a hard place right now? Talk to me.
I feel like him, it being Kendrick, kind of like you said, put him in a hard place, because I feel like if it was somebody else, say if they said they got a random other rap artist to do it, then it's like they don't even got to bring him out. But I think he kind of accepts it more. But the fact that Kendrick had a big year dissing one of Wayne's prodigies, it kind of puts him in a place like, damn, it's a double whammy. I lost it. I can't do it because of Kendrick, but Kendrick's also somebody that has put one of my artists in a tough place. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of piggyback off of what Quadi was saying. Yeah.
I think Braylon, you're right. Headliner is one thing, but another thing is, I think headliner is one thing, but another thing is depending on who it is. Because another thing is the type of artist that it ends up being, right? It's probably not as mysterious as Dot and as secretive as Dot. The minute that information comes out, Braylon, that artist probably runs, or their manager tells them, run to the internet and reassure the audience that Wayne will be there. But with Kendrick, who is a lot more secretive and would rather get his information out in the music, there's a double whammy there. You don't know what him and his team are thinking. And also, you know that you beefing, he just wore out with one of your rap sons.
Yeah. And
spot, because people said, oh, and I'm going to get to some real quick, Braylon. And a lot of people said, oh, why didn't Wayne congratulate Kendrick? The same people asking why Wayne didn't congratulate Kendrick would have been the same people if Wayne had congratulated Kendrick to use it as another way to spin an L for Drake.
Yeah, facts.
If I'm lying, I'm fine. If I'm lying, I'm fine. You dig me, Braylon?
Yeah. And I think another thing is Wayne would have probably brought out Drake and Nicki. So that kind of like messes everything up.
As a headliner. But the point of this is, I know a lot of us have had these conversations and we've gotten very in-depth with it all throughout the week. I haven't had a chance to do a live about it, so I knew it was going to be a topic today. But the hypocrisy of the audience, when we ask people to open up, we ask people to share their feelings. When it comes to somebody we like versus somebody we might not feel favorable about, now everybody want to change it up. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I didn't love seeing my guy like that. But I appreciate it. And we're going to get to why artists aren't speaking anymore. But Braylon, let me move on to Ant real quick. Talk to me, Ant. Let's talk in the manner of how Lil Wayne looked dejected. Do you think it's because him being in a rock and a hard place? How'd you feel about it?
I don't know. I mean, I've been hearing like rumors, like you see, like it kind of looked to me that okay, he probably did feel as though when he saw the people rally around him, but then maybe, some of the things that he might have done, like this, as soon as, like, Wayne doesn't have the best reputation for professionalism, so maybe in that moment he was like, damn, be some of the things that, showing up late, not showing up for rehearsals for the Grammys, rumors of his temperament behind stage with thing, like, maybe he felt that dang, some of the things that I have done in the past are coming back to bite me to get out of this one opportunity that I really wanted. All my past malfeasance have finally caught up with me. And then it's like Kendrick kind of can't bring him out anymore. Cause even
Why people don't understand that? I'm so fascinated. I'm
like
so fascinated how people can't tell that that's a tough spot. Why can't people understand that? I'm not even trying to be funny.
yeah, Kendrick can't bring him now. Cause then it's like after all this, Wayne, Wayne, Wayne come out, Nicki come out, Drake randomly posting a bunch of Wayne pictures on the stories. If Kendrick does say, "Oh, I'm bringing out Wayne," doesn't that kind of make him look weak? In a sense.
I don't even know if weakness is the right thing. I don't even know if weakness is the right word. I think it's a lot of people being disingenuous about how it can be spun. People spin it in all types of ways,
Like I
right?
see, like I already see people like spinning it like how Drake blocked Schoolboy Q and Sir from performing in Toronto, so now
Well, Kendrick.
so Kendrick came and stole the Super Bowl from Wayne. I'm like, yo, what type of diabolical fantasies y'all be thinking of? Like that's
Yeah, it's funny though. Listen, it's provocative. It gets the people going.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Like, I don't know because I'll tell you why. So we got this thing right now, right? Like we'll put blame on people that didn't have an opinion, right? When they make their own opinion. But the thing about me, I told y'all, I'm chronically aligned just like y'all. There's a few motherfuckers I know their usernames, especially on TikTok. And I'll watch their TikTok and I'll see the hatred and the angles that they taking. So, like, I'll see someone use a AA or whatever, will be like, oh, I don't know why Wayne acting like that. It's not like Kendrick can't bring him out. But then in another video, they'll be making a video, oh, this thing is an L for Drake. And I'm like, okay, if you think Kendrick doing the Super Bowl is an L for Drake, and you are telling me you don't understand why Wayne feels a little dejected, other than the fact that he didn't get it, and you're saying you know, I'm sure Kendrick will bring him out. I know you. I will put $1,000 on it. If Kendrick was to bring Wayne out and reached out and paid homage, you will make another video saying that's an L for Drake. And maybe Drake has collected enough L's. I don't think there's anything wrong with Lil Wayne saying, hey, listen, especially since I'm not the headliner, I'm not interested in adding more L's to somebody having, you
Exactly.
know what I'm saying?
Like I saw somebody just commented that Wayne just did a song with Pharrell. Pharrell of all people. So it could have been
It's not the
possible.
same thing. Pharrell.
Pusha T violated Wayne and Birdman, and Pharrell is Pusha T's boy. So you mean to tell me that at some point that like Wayne couldn't have been like, oh, plus like Wayne was like one of the first like
But
major
it's not.
rappers to collaborate with TDE.
Hold on. Why do people use somebody like Pharrell? He's a weird case. He's a
A capitalist.
producer and he's a capitalist. But Lil Wayne ain't gonna do a song with Pusha T, who directly got issues. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like they ain't gonna work. It's a very delicate thing. It's a
Pharrell
very.
was on Mr. Me Too, which was a diss to Wayne.
It's not the same thing.
He rapped on it.
What was the last song Wayne and Pharrell got? I think the Billionaires Boy Club tape. What was the last time Pharrell and Lil Wayne worked together? I don't know why y'all acting like the rap industry ain't a little messy and touchy.
That's what
I
I'm
can see. Okay, I can see the. How about this? Like this, I can see when when Kanye and Pusha was warring off of a lot of shit that Kanye and Drake was warring. Kanye and Drake was making up, but Pharrell and Drake still got issues. Like the rap is like that. It's a lot of like, okay, well, me and you cool, but me and him not cool. All right, you make the beats, but I don't bang with that nigga. Like when Pusha and Drake had issues, Morgan was trying to piece it up and use uh, Drake, because Drake was a little gullible Kanye, bringing him to come record and was telling Pharrell that not Pharrell, that Pusha T can't be there. Very different, and it also depends on the type of Warren. Prime definition, you're saying, oh, he ain't even congratulate Kendrick after even giving him his prop his whole career. Okay, two things here. Let me lead with my strongest point. My number one point is this. Yeah, you've been giving me props in my own career. I'm happy for you. In fact, we've worked together. When you was taking subs with Drake, I was willing to look past that. You have now plastered the guy all over the internet as a PDF file. He said salacious things about you, and y'all both have gotten into a real insulting, nasty war. I'm not going to disparage you, but I can just avoid talking about you. That's not that complicated. What's so complicated about that? I'm not going to disparage you, but I'm also not going to big you up because you Warren with, I love him too. But the problem is, a lot of y'all, you hate the Afro Canadian so much that you can't even consider his feelings for 1 second. Y'all, but you're a hypocrite. But you're considering Kendrick feelings. Did Kendrick tell you he was hurt by Wayne not congratulating him? How you know Kendrick gives a shit? What if Kendrick don't give a damn? Why you care? Give a damn. I don't give a shit. Yeah, exactly. So why are you advocating for a congratulation of him? While
I'm
not
not. I'm
considering,
not.
not you, I'm talking about the chat. Not while you advocating for congratulations of him without considering what that congratulations would mean to his right hand music man. Why is that so complicated? We're just beefing like, oh, subs, because I've shown that I'm willing to work with you when y'all was having a little like subs. After nothing was the same and control and all that, I'm willing to work with you and put out Mona Lisa. But y'all just warred April, May, and June about a job you weren't considered for. Well, that's what we're getting into. Thank you so much. Anthony, you want to finish your point before I move on?
Oh yeah. I just wanted to get your opinion on like I feel like people are neglecting the role that like PG Lang kind of played into Kendrick getting this opportunity because like Kendrick's whole PG Lang's whole thing is creative experiences, like from the Mr. Morale tour, the work they've done with Chanel, the pop out, this, that, and the third. Like, I just want to get your opinion on like how much you think that played into the end of us saying,
I
"Oh,
think
we
that
got a company that does this."
I think it plays a big role. It's just in what nature do we want to have the conversation, right? So PG Lang they defined it as an independent, multidisciplinary, creative communications company. That's lengthy, but just let me give you the simple part. The simple part is their vision and the idea of a company like this is to work on music, film, television, podcasting, clothing, books. So basically, multimedia. Work on a bunch of things, right? And they have primarily focused in using Kendrick Lamar as a spearhead and Baby King to create and curate a not only foundation but a reputation, right? That you know deep dives on what would make somebody like Kendrick be a very viable Super Bowl halftime performer. But however, and however, I have to be the one to tell you guys that I am incredibly fascinated. Let me word this perfectly. I'm incredibly fascinated how stuff like this exists. Not you guys, maybe, but some of you guys will try to act like Kendrick Lamar is the socialist nun that sits in the corner and just doesn't participate in capitalism and he's the
Yeah, I don't know where they got that from. Like, Kendrick hasn't been a socialist since
But let me
Section 80. Like,
but let me continue to answer your question, Ed. So the reality is his team has done PG Lang has done a fantastic job. I think it's not even a question that I have to give you an answer on. I just have to say you are absolutely right. It's not even a yes or no question, right? It's an you are absolutely right that PG Lang has put themselves in position that in reality, if I could ding on Wayne a little bit, that puts Kendrick ready for an opportunity like this rather than a Lil Wayne who is on the back end of his career. I mean, when you look at some of the stuff that he's done, I know you mentioned the big Mr. Morale and Big Stepper Store, the second highest grossing rap tour ever. Um, and you think about some of the partnership, right? So you got an advertising campaign with Cash App. Um, you got the partnership with Spotify, in which they did a documentary in Ghana. So we've added, okay. India, what exactly are you saying there? Yo, Stan culture is crazy. It's like, that's why I be careful with my words. If you don't get every single thing on the money, motherfuckers, I've noticed that when a lot of y'all start getting corrected, because motherfuckers was running around with the Mr. Morale was the highest grossing rap tour ever. And I said, it's not. It's all a blur by Drake. Motherfuckers is upset. So what they started doing is they started saying, but Mr. Morale and Big Stepper is the highest grossing solo tour ever. And I was like, what the fuck ever, bro? When I look at the list, they actually don't specify. But semantics, give a damn, these rappers. Hey, but the same person that's telling you this, I can tell you this. If Kendrick go on tour right now, he would become the highest grossing rap tour ever by a mile. And he is gonna go on tour. It's gonna take a while for somebody to break it, including Drake, Doja Cat, whoever, because the buzz. It's all a buzz thing right now. It's a buzz thing right now. Anyway, and it's greatness. You have to be great. But anyway, so we got the Spotify partnership. I mean, then you go back, then you got the Chanel partnership. Then remember, Kendrick's got a partnership with South Park. This is coming out soon, where they're doing an untitled film that's going to be released next year on July 4th. So they have put themselves with technically just two artists, him and Baby King. They have put themselves in a Ant said, in a great space to be able to, you know, request the opportunity for the Super Bowl or look like a better choice. And I like that for them. I love that for them. I've explained my Lil Wayne's point, but right now we're not talking about whether or not Lil Wayne was more deserving. I'm gonna move on to him. I don't know if anybody else is waiting on the guest list, and I'm gonna get to El Drewski. I'm just asking: is Wayne some of what Wayne's how dejected he looked? Could that have been just because also he's stuck between a rock and a hard place? And also, I'm just having a conversation on whether or not we are being hypocritical in the way we are treating a man that's expressing himself. That's all. Am, talk to me.
Yeah, I want to say that, I grew up on Wayne. Like, the one thing that I remember, I got in trouble for downloading his music on the family computer. So like I was downloading all the old mixtapes and stuff. I would have loved to see him there, but I'm not mad at them wanting Kendrick at the moment. But I really felt sad seeing that video, and I hate to sound hypocritical, but I really wish he didn't record that and upload it. I really do, because it.
So, you get what I'm
Listen,
saying?
listen. I'm admitting I'm sounding hypocritical because I feel like it was enough going on. Like Nicki, and everything that she was saying, then the media, and I feel like it was a lot going on. And I'm not mad that he spoke for himself, but I just hated to see him like that. But that's just me personally, because he's one of the goats to me. So it's like I didn't even think he cared, because I was one of the people like, does he even care? Like, why are they making a big deal? But I'm not mad he got feelings. I see somebody say that. I'm not mad about that. I just said that to me, that kind of was like, I hate seeing him like that, because I've only ever seen him strong. But that's just me personally. That's my issue. But I'm not mad at him for doing it. I'm glad he spoke. And I think it is a tough spot for him. And I was one of the ones against him, Kendrick bringing him out. I didn't think that was a good idea. I feel like this is Kendrick's moment. And although, we would have liked to see Wayne there, this is about Kendrick. So I'm glad that he got it. But I don't think that, I think that would be hard for Wayne. And I think that, he's probably moving on, and maybe next year. Excuse me, I'm on the phone. Sorry.
Yeah, he like, nah, no, stop talking about Wayne like that. Stop talking about Wayne
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, but I feel like people like Joe Budden, like, because I seen him say like kind of like the same thing I'm saying. I don't have a voice as big as Joe Budden, so I think like he has a responsibility to not really say those things as big as his voice is, because it, how do I say this? I feel like Joe Budden, like, when he says something, it goes viral, and then Wayne hears about it. He's not gonna hear what I say on this live, but he's gonna hear what Joe Budden says, and I feel like that would probably, make him more sad. And I don't know. I just been feeling really bad for him. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just hated
No,
to
I
see him
got
like
you.
that.
Okay, so here's the thing. I got you. I think I understand a lot of what you're saying. The conflict for me is, on one hand, precedent that's being set now by the very popular people or popular artists, and Kendrick is at the lead of that, in which, and Beyonce, thing now is our artists don't speak. They don't talk. They don't. At best, they'll give a statement, right? They'll do a statement. And I've been stuck. I've been thinking about this because on a few of my videos, guys, I have been telling y'all all these ninjas don't speak. They should speak. And I was like, I've been thinking about it the last few days. Like, am I being too aggressive about this, or is this shit out of this world? Like right now, I'm hearing M. I'm like, a man communicated to his fans about an opportunity where you are telling me you think it's not that big. Yeah, the GQ interview shit is cool. Yeah, I saw that, but that's pretty much like a statement, right? You record it, you write, they record you, you review it. You and your team cracked up every single word to make sure that everything is said is exactly. They run it through the PR team. PR team looks at it. It's cute. I hate fucking interview like I'll use it for media, but I hate that shit. Put a motherfucker in front of a mic. But anyway, so the idea is, so Wayne comes out and has this conversation. Do I think he was encouraged to do the video? Oh, that's a very good question. I don't think so. I think Lil Wayne, the type of person, he ain't gonna do nothing that nobody that he don't want to do. Wayne don't seem like that type of person. We were just talking about the Essence Fest. He was like, nah, if Turk can't be here, I think Lil Wayne was speaking from his heart. But what I want to cover, guys, is I think that the hypocritical nature of us is we're sitting here, and I don't know if it's actually not hypocritical. I think it's the accepting our status as pawns and just irrelevant chess pieces now. And our artists have trained us this way, and we've accepted it. That I know y'all not saying this, but this is what I'm hearing. That a lot of the artists who treat you like you shouldn't be spoken to They've trained us to accept it. And I know why they were first doing it. They were doing it to protect their peace, and because of the internet, the nature that we're in now, everything goes viral, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot, right? I understand that. But it seems as though now we've gotten so used to that, and we're like, yeah, this is the way to live, this is it, that when someone does speak, I'll bet it's not perfect. Nicki Minaj is not perfect. Wayne is not perfect. We have accepted this, so when someone does it, it's like, oh, why you should have said this, should have said that. But then in addition, we are also being very, 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 very trivial by trying to tell Wayne not only how he should feel, but how important the opportunity is to him. How are you going to tell him, oh, Wayne's tour bus guy, yeah, he'll be fine? What I know about Lil Wayne, he's a huge football fan. I mean, incredibly disturbing. He's been on ESPN multiple times. He's done this, the soundtrack for Skip Bayless's one of Skip Bayless's shows. He's walked the Packers out multiple times. So he is someone that is obsessed with football. The other thing he's obsessed with, for the little bit that he cares about, is New Orleans. He loves that city to the core. He's always around, or this, that, or he's in a back, but he does. He's a rapper, and he loves rap. So, not that it's right, but when they put two and two together, and the Super Bowl is happening, I don't know what's going behind the scenes. I don't know if he was on a short list. I don't know any of that. I'm just discussing how he felt. And you guys are being sort of insensitive to not think about if this was you. And also, you are being insensitive, but also not considering that. How do you know that Lil Wayne thought what he was doing was harmful? What you're telling me is harmful about it is that he didn't congratulate Kendrick Lamar. You love Kendrick, I love Kendrick, but just Kendrick is fine for now. Kendrick has enough battle armor for now. Just put that aside for a second and say, did Kendrick see all that? I mean, did Lil Wayne see all that was being said, the conversation that was happening, and said, okay, let me go ahead and touch on this. Let me go ahead and let me tell my fans. I'm glad let me let my fans know I did want this opportunity. So we don't know all of it, but the little bit that we do know, is based on when some people are talking. Nicki Minaj spoke. Lil Wayne has spoke. Jay-Z has given a statement. You guys, I'm not that much of an ant why I don't deserve to be spoken to. Let me go to El Drewski right now. El, I think you want something else before. I don't know if you're still on this topic, but I just want to. What's going on, brother?
Oh, not a whole lot, man. So I kind of wanted to just give a little bit of perspective. I mean, H kind of knows some of my background, but just to kind of let you guys know where I come. Yeah, where I come from. I did A&R for UMG for 4 years, and then I was a talent buyer for Sony Music Group for another 3 years. So I mean, I've been in some of these rooms now. Obviously, not this one. I've been retired for the last 4 years for some health issues, but. I can tell you, you guys are giving too much credit to these people. They're not. It is not that deep. It is not that serious. The conversation is there is not this much conspiracy to any of it. I can tell you just by being in these rooms for doing. I worked on the Final Four a couple times. I worked on NBA All Star. When these things are picked, it is not that deep. It is literally who's hot, who is going to get the most eyeballs on the show, and who's going to put on the best show, and who is also the most likely to not embarrass the event, right? And so at the end of the day, all of this stuff about Jay-Z hating, beefing with whoever, about Kendrick being, the Drake being associated with that, and that's why none of that shit matters. It doesn't. It is not even in the picture. It is literally as simple as Kendrick moved or had the most streams on a single song, had the best year of anybody. Hell, I think I heard something that Time's going to name him, Person of the Year or something. It's literally just that simple. It is not as deep as everybody is making it, and especially when it comes to the Super Bowl, there's been like 4 people who have ever played in their hometown. Like, it's not the thing that happens. And, just because the LA show is fresh in our minds, I mean, obviously you think about that. But, like, when Prince played, he didn't play in Minnesota, he played in Miami. There's most of these artists are not playing their hometown Super Bowl. It's not something that ever comes up. So, I mean, I think that a lot of the discourse is just people wanting
Joe, let me
to.
ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up, man?
When we talk about being current, and I don't know, and this is the part where it gets a little dicey.
Sure.
When I look at some of these people that's performing the Super Bowl, someone like a Shakira or a J-Lo, right?
Right.
Right. And there's been precedent of some people that are almost legacy acts, right? And
Yeah.
sometimes they do keep themselves current. When I look at those people being perceived as still hot enough to draw a crowd, there have been a lot of rappers that have been hot, but
Sure.
to me don't come off as like legends, like a Lil Wayne. I'll use
Sure.
Nelly as an example.
Right.
When I say legend, I mean like a pop legend.
Mhm.
If we were talking about Nelly, I would understand.
Right.
Do you think that for some reason Lil Wayne isn't considered that same way as someone that if you threw him on there, he would look as popular? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Because Dr. Dre was most certainly not the most popular artist
Sure.
in 2022. Right? So I'm saying, is Lil Wayne not being perceived like that too, where he doesn't have to be popular?
I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I think that if you look at the change that happened once Rock Nation kind of came in, it stopped being as much about legacy act. You know what I mean? It's been a little more current, a little more what's going on at the time. Now, that's not to sit here and say that every person that's been picked has been
why the first show from Rock Nation was the first show. What was the first Super Bowl?
It was the J-Lo and Shakira.
Okay,
yeah.
So that probably was like the middle ground, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
like the middle ground. They were trying to get the NFL to open up.
Well, so at the time, they came in very late in the game. I think when the deal came together,
it was in August. You're right.
Yeah. So it wasn't. A lot of times, especially larger acts, they're going to have tour schedules built out, that far in advance. So, I mean, it was kind of a rock and a hard place in the sense that you probably couldn't get who you wanted. Now, they put on a good show. It was a great performance, but I mean, I agree with you. That definitely was not, the hottest artist or even a legacy act that would draw that much attention. But I think that had more to do with timing than it was the actual performers themselves. I think that Wayne is one of the greatest of all time. I have all of his records. I bump them on the regular, right? I think that when it comes down to it's a multifold thing. When you put things on tape, like the WWE thing or the WWE performance, when you put things on tape, like his skipping all the rehearsals at the Grammys, all things like that, that puts doubt in people's minds as to whether or not the professionalism is there. And I also think that one of the things, I mean, as bullshit as it is, the NFL tries to be a family-friendly kind of a thing. Right now, I wouldn't sit here and say that Kendrick is family-friendly, but a lot of Wayne's material is highlighting and glorifying drug use. And so, I think that that plays into it. I think that he hasn't had a huge record in a while. I like the feature that he's on. I forget the kid's name.
It's Corday.
Yeah,
The Saturday morning.
yeah. But like, I just think that it wasn't. I don't think he was even in the conversation
I
for it.
think. Oh, okay. So I am. And here's the thing. I don't know. For me, I don't have a problem with anything that you're saying because um, I could see the point. Like I could see some of these points,
Right.
right? But for me, all I'm trying to get to now is, I don't mind going back to the conversation of, oh, Wayne wasn't picked. I don't mind. I don't mind. But
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just talking about like now. I'm talking about the aftermath of
I
it,
feel.
right?
I mean, I feel bad
Right.
for him. I feel.
Yeah.
I feel a lot of empathy for him because I mean,
Hold
from
on one
what.
second, L. My bad, my bad. Larry Green, I ain't gonna hold you. Snoop was quick walking, but I heard the NFL was not happy with that. Allowed. I gotta defend Drew here. I heard the NFL was not happy about that. They hated it all the way because everybody loved Snoop. But I heard somebody like, ugh. And because of the remember he had the all blue bandana outfit. Yeah, even 50 Cent was he was gangster, but he wasn't wearing nothing, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, that's what I heard. My
Yeah.
bad, Drew. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I feel a ton of empathy for him. I mean, he's a legend. I nobody's sitting here and suggesting that he isn't. I think that watching him emote like that was. I mean, I think it was heartfelt. I think it was um, exactly how he felt. I think. I mean, I can't imagine what it would feel like if everybody starts talking like it's an assumption that you're going to get something, and then it's something else, and then
You don't.
I can't imagine what that feels like, and so like I feel for him. I feel a ton of empathy, and like I said, I think he's a legend. I would love to watch him perform, but I think that he also is kind. To piggyback off of what somebody said earlier, I think that he is kind of seeing that some of his past behavior is causing things like this to not be an opportunity for him, and I'm sure that sucks too. And like I said, I feel for him. I think that it's not great that he had to do that, but I think it's great that he wanted to put that out for his fans to let him know, or let them know exactly how he felt. I mean, I think that
And
that
I think that's where we agree, Drew, because this conversation all started right before I got to you. Well,
yeah
the people, and that's the problem I have a problem with, people are speaking as though that he can't express himself.
yeah
I'm incredibly fascinated. I don't want to take this vehicle and drive it to the ditch. But what are we as like? What are we doing? Have dehumanized these people so much that in the phase of dehumanizing them, but also same time empowering them, right? It's like this weird thing. So when I say dehumanize, it's some people might say, "Oh, we turn into a cult where we think they're gods," right? Like, but to me, that's dehumanizing too. I know that may not make sense to a lot of y'all, but when you take someone on, when you put someone on a pedestal, you're dehumanizing them because then you rob them of their ability to be human. So although you're worshiping them, to me, you're dehumanizing them. And we've done that, but then when you dehumanize them by worshiping them, you then take away your power. I understand there's celebrities. Even me right now, I'm doing this. I'm doing this live, right? Like whatever. Like people are like, oh, HQ, whatever. But yo, I'm human. If I say something right now that don't make sense, like I want to be given a little bit of like grace. Like I can't just be. So all I'm saying, Drew, is we having a conversation where son can't go on he can't go on Instagram and say, "Hey guys, yeah, I was a little disappointed, but I'm staying strong. I appreciate
right.
y'all. That's crazy to me."
And I think one of the things that I've had this conversation with people a fair amount. It's like, okay, think about this. All right, some guy in Kansas, he's the best algorithm writer in the world. He's everything, but nobody knows who he is. But he's the best at his job. Now, somebody like Wayne, he's the best at, well, one of the best at his job. It's just it's a front-facing entertainment thing. It doesn't mean that he's any different than the person who's the best in their field at whatever. These are just people, and they do something that people enjoy, but it doesn't make them a deity. It doesn't make them they're
The same way,
yeah.
and that's the same thing, Drew, is like a lot of people on here talking about some, I don't like that Wayne expresses. A lot of you lots got skipped over for promotion. You didn't get the $10,000 raise you wanted. You only got 4 or 5. You're crying like a bitch.
Yeah.
Calling up your mans, Dave, I can't believe it. I know it was Tasha at marketing. She most certainly did not. She most certainly, what, you crying.
Yep.
I can't believe. Some of y'all cry when your videos flop. I don't understand why TikTok is suppressing my content. Get over it. Press 2, shadow ban. Why? But you think you're human. You're giving yourself the grace. Mama, the Super Bowl bigger than anything you ever done in your life. Mama, I'm Lil Wayne. I got an ego too. Oh shit, I ain't get that. Oh, I didn't get that situation. I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'm a little sad.
Is it okay?
Did he get on there?
Okay.
Did he get on there? Did he get on there saying, "I can't believe the NFL. This is where y'all should have, bopped them. I can't believe the NFL wouldn't give me this show, man. That should have been my shit." Fuck Kendrick Lamar. He don't even. Did he do that?
Nope.
In fact, the dejected mood that he showed should have had you give him more empathy.
Absolutely.
Like, oh, that's a hurt man. Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop off here. I'll let you get to the next person.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Drew.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? Christine, I don't even want to present you a question, Christine. Just talking about Lil Wayne's statement in Instagram Live. If you want to just add on,
So I'm like old school, so I grew up on Lil Wayne too. But beyond me being a fan, like you were saying, like the human parts of a person, like they're acting like these people can't be human. And the man even said, like, it was hard for him to even come out and publicly say anything. Like, it took him a minute. Like, how human do you think that is? He's letting you know, like, it took me a lot to come and even say this to you all. And the fact that people are like, looking at it like, oh, he wants sympathy. No, the man's just putting out there exactly how he feels. Why is that a problem? Why is he not allowed to do that? Because he's Lil Wayne? He doesn't have feelings. He's not, going through anything. So I guess I'm kind of disappointed in people's reaction to him expressing himself as a man. I don't like how we dehumanize these people, like they're not human, like they can't express what they feel. And it took him a lot to do that. On top of that, and then he even took the opportunity to say, I'm looking at myself, like I'm looking at the things I need to improve on. So he's even letting it be known, like, hey, this is a wake-up call to me. Like, I know there's some things I need to do about myself and change.
Enough for them. That wasn't enough for them. That wasn't enough for them. He made another brother's moment all about him when it wasn't. Like half truths. Kendrick's moment is the announcement and the Super Bowl. Did Lil Wayne jump on the day that the announcement was made? It was like, oh, this is about me? No. Did Lil Wayne during the Super Bowl go on live and said, hey, don't watch the Super Bowl? No. Is Kendrick Lamar the only person y'all? Because I'll shut the live off now. It's 5:37. If Kendrick Lamar is the only one y'all care about, let's end the live. What the fuck's the point? If I ain't got nothing good to say about Kendrick Lamar, I ain't gonna do a live. What is it like? Yo, y'all gotta understand. I feel like I'm going cuckoo right now because there was a time. I'm trying to think of the last time that I've seen this, and the closest I've ever seen was maybe Jay-Z and Nas. I don't know. You do know it's okay to be like, yeah, very happy for Kendrick. Wayne was somebody that I would have probably considered. What happened there? Oh, okay, cool. oh damn, Wayne did a live and he talked about not getting the opportunity. And then you go, oh, I would have liked Wayne to congratulate Kendrick. All you had to do is do math. Oh, Kendrick and Drake were beefing, and it was a very nasty beef. So he probably didn't want to get into all that.
He's trying to stay out of that.
Yeah,
That's what you're
it
supposed
was
to do.
unprofessional. He don't got the 9 to 5 Santa. You do. I think y'all be talking to. What was the professional need here? What was the professional responsibility of Lil Wayne? What was the professional? What was the professional responsibility? What would have been unprofessional is when Ice Cube took a bat and went to Jerry Heller's office and said, "No." To not say anything would have been that would have been professional to you because that's what you want. And for the life of me, I can't understand why you want it. Kendrick don't know you exist.
Exactly.
He don't give a damn. He's just fine. When I want to see the party die. You in the party. I think it's time to let the party die. Oh my God, let me go to Angie and Aaron. Angie, I'll go back to you.
I have a crazy theory, so hang with me, all right?
All right, hit me.
And again, I say this as a huge Wayne fan. Wayne knew he was not on that short list, all right? I think it was last live where we talked about, people started talking about, was it 12 to 18 months prior to, there's, generally like a short list, whatever. I do not think Wayne was ever on the short list. I also know, and sort of coming back to what you said, they would have never let Lil Wayne or any Southern rapper perform at the Super Bowl. Okay, no way in hell are you think these white-owned NFL owners are going to allow any Southern rapper really truly perform the way that they perform at the Super Bowl. Okay, so I think this is Wayne's best strategy to come back. Right? You think about look at people like Dot, like Drake, J. Cole, people in their late 30s, really still putting out music and being successful. Wayne started to he had these podcasts, right? Where he talked about, because again, you go on a podcast, all that shit is scripted, right? Like they know what questions are coming to them. They talk about the Super Bowl. They talk about, would you love to perform? Oh, of course I would. If it's in New Orleans, I would be, saying all the things that they needed to say. Because really, I've been thinking about Wayne performing the Super Bowl for a minute now, this isn't something new. I knew that when it was going to be in New Orleans, I would have loved to see Lil Wayne perform because people were talking about it for a while now, right? I don't think it has anything to do with the rap beef either. I just really think that Wayne really positioned himself, right, to own that conversation of him performing at the Super Bowl. And when he didn't get it, because he knew he was not going to get it, he can't act surprised on the announcement, right? This shit is planned. Kendrick filmed an entire commercial over it, right? And then I think even now, I think he had a very a good response to it. I think it was the best strategy because I've been listening to Wayne more often than I usually do this past week or so. I really think that if Wayne wants to put out music as he should, right? He really wants to come back up in the spotlight. The conversation, people just talking about him, that enough. It could be what Wayne needs to really pick his career back up where he wants it to be. And I can't be mad at him. I think it was really good strategy. I think you put your name out on the pod and podcast. People talk about you. People, oh yeah, Wayne would be an amazing idea for the Super Bowl. He knew he was never going to get it. He's not really surprised. Now, maybe he might have thought somewhere down the line he might have gotten it, but let's be real. Wayne would have never, the white people who own the NFL would have never allowed Wayne to perform at the Super Bowl. It's all about respectability politics. If anyone, you choose Dot, Dot will listen. Dot won't say crazy shit. He's not going to be calling Drake a pedophile in front of, millions of people. And yeah, that's my theory. And listen, and if that's what it is, I give Wayne his props. I hope he puts out new music. And as always, I'll be supporting him all the way to the end.
Interesting. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? Oh, what's going on here? I think, am I still good? Am I still good on audio?
I can hear you.
Yeah, you good.
Real.
So I do think this is good for business. It's good for business. But the thing that I struggle with right now is when you guys say things like, "Oh, I don't think," and I'm going to move on to Aaron. So I'm going to make this point really quick. When we start talking about what's marketable and what's not, it's sometimes interesting to watch the content of Dot's raps be something that is actually not that it's not vulgar in any sense in a way that Lil Wayne is kind of vulgar. He does curse. He does, he's much better as a lyricist now, so he doesn't need to curse. I think Dot curses intentionally, but it's most certainly not family friendly by any means. Obviously, if you want to say it's not like us Hulk and a Beats family friendly, that's fine. Whatever. It's not family friendly. I can't say that. I can't even say that. It's a hit. A hit is a hit. But I want to land this plane before I move on to Aaron. I find it very, I don't know if nefarious is the word, or if it's ironic or an oxymoron. I'm throwing buzzwords out there. I find it weird that his message, which is sometimes very anti the exact people that he's gonna do the show for, is exactly the reason why they think he should get on stage. Does that make sense to y'all? Am I like see, at least with Wayne, you can look at Wayne and be like, oh, Wayne be cursing, Wayne, whatever, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And it's like, oh, we can't put him on the TV. We can't. But Kendrick's message, not all the time, not all of his message, is exactly talking about the people that he gonna be performing to. And they have embraced it and said, yeah, this is what we want to see. And in a weird way, it's kind of like it's what I said last week. It's like the pacification of exactly what people need to hear. That's all I'm gonna say on that because I don't I'm not I'll let someone else take. I said what I said. Yes, I did read the Rolling Stone article. Aaron, talk to me, and I'm gonna move on to East End Lord. That's
Okay,
all I'm gonna
yeah.
say. I don't.
Yeah. I'm just gonna focus on mainly his response, since like at the end of the day, we're just gonna be talking round and round in circles about the Kendrick Lil Wayne thing. I thought his response was good because as people tried to say he came off I don't see that. Like it just came off as him feeling sad about the Super Bowl and then him taking accountability for feeling sad about the Super Bowl. Because he said things such as, I blame myself for mentally putting myself in the position to where I thought it was a given. And then he says, I'm sorry for not being mentally prepared for the heartbreak. Like he takes accountability for him feeling that way. So it's like he never came off as entitled because him calling, like he never used that platform to slight Kendrick. He never used that platform to slight the NFL or even to slight Jay-Z. It was just mainly to talk about how he was feeling, to take accountability for what he was feeling, and then to say that he's working on himself, basically him moving on by saying, I'm working on me and I'm working. And so when people try to say such things such as, oh, should have congratulated Kendrick, like Wayne didn't make that choice to pick him. That was the NFL. That's something you guys need to defend. That's something you guys need to stay in a solidarity of. That's not something that Wayne needs to say, oh, congratulations. Like, why? And why would he? You don't understand the optics of what would happen if he said congrats. Because it's like, brother, he got that spot because of what he did to Drake. Like Kendrick had the catalog before. No one's denying that. He had the performance. He had the performances. He had the albums.
Most definitely helped.
Exactly. Like, and it's like, why would he say congrats for him saying that? For basically getting the spot for him doing that? Because as much as we want to sit up here and deny it, like, yes, Kendrick had the catalog. He had the accolades. He has all of that. But let's not sit up here and act like this Drake beef did not have something to do with it. Like,
I want to have this catalog conversation. All right, so because why not?
mm-hmm.
I think that Kendrick had the catalog for this before, but why are people being oblivious to how popular this song is it's so weird that, and unfortunately, because we're not privy to these conversations, like Drew said, if we're going to go about it from a very simplistic way, before the beef started, before like that, Kendrick was quiet, doing whatever Kendrick does. And if there was no beef, and let's assume he also didn't drop a new album, and they came out of nowhere and was like, Kendrick is a Super Bowl performer, even you as a Kendrick fan, would you not go, oh, well, damn, how did that conversation happen? Well, what was going on? Is he got an album coming out? But when Kendrick was announced as the Super Bowl performer, inherently, because of the year he just had, on top of his previous catalog and his ability to be a great performer, you said great. And that argument is exactly what you're using to tell Drake fans to shut up, or whoever to shut up, that dares brings up anything that doesn't make Kendrick look like the god of all gods.
Yeah,
And I don't
that's
understand like, why is that like, and some of y'all are adults. That's what scares me. You're a grown adult who acts like they don't know how to compartmentalize.
yeah, and that's the thing. Otherwise, like, is
Get
that's a
it.
bad thing from on the other side. Like, people acting like Wayne does not have a case. Like, it's one thing to say you prefer Kendrick. It's another thing to say Wayne doesn't have a case and that the outrage is fake. Like,
It's a,
people have been asking for Wayne since this last Super Bowl. Like, there's multiple posts on Twitter of people saying after Usher performed, like, oh, the Super Bowl is going to be in New Orleans. Y'all need to bring Wayne. Like, there's people demanding for that. There was a demand for him. So to say, like, every person trying to say that they don't want Kendrick to perform at the Super Bowl is just a Kendrick hater, that's ignorant to me. So I agree with that.
okay. I mean, I get you, Aaron. You make some really great points. Thank you so much for dropping. You make some phenomenal points. And you seem to. Can I ask you a question, Aaron? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Huh?
I'm 21.
How are you 21 with more sense than 30-year-olds?
This Kendrick beef, Drake beef, it just brought out the worst in people and brought it, like, it took it, like, as much as people want to say it made hip hop take a step forward, I think it made it take a step back because it brought out the worst in people. Like, people don't like rap, people like artists. That's what I feel like.
And you clearly have enough sense because you just gave me the answer that I've been looking for. And sorry, I am going to be jacking your swag. That's going to be the thing that I'm going to be talking about in a lot of my videos going forward. I don't think you niggas like rap. You niggas like people. You like the artists. You like Playboy Cardi.
Yeah.
You like Kendrick. You don't like rap. You don't. You know, I know you don't like. You know, I know you don't like rap. I'll tell you, not you, Aaron, but you know, I know you don't like rap. Nas is the greatest. Nas gave Kendrick a shout out. Oh, that's what Lil Wayne should be doing. What was the last Nas song you listened to? Nas the GOAT, unlike these other. Nas just did a feature with LL Cool J on a record called Praise Him. Did you listen to that record? That's some of the best rapping I've heard from Nas in a while. No, yeah, but that's the problem. Exactly what y'all saying about Drake fans is what a lot of you are doing. That Drake fans are not rap fans. Forget every single Drake fan you know. Use me. Do you have enough guts to tell me that I'm not a rap fan? I'm the case study. Or am I just the exception to the rule? I am a Drake fan. I never tell y'all that I'm not a Drake fan. The problem is I'll say I'm a Drake fan and they go, gotcha. I'm like, what you mean gotcha? That's why you don't love Kendrick. And I said, oh no, I'm a Kendrick fan too. Niggas, they head. They don't know how to compute. Oh, I love Cole. I love Cole.
Yeah.
I love Jay-Z. There was a time when Nas wasn't my favorite rapper. I have so much appreciation for Nas now. Are there a large number of people that are, let me not say a large number. Are there some people that are not rap fans, but they like Drake? Yes, but unfortunately, those people are not the people that I'm having conversations with. I'll tell you who those people are. No offense, Them the white girls that be making TikToks. They never in my comments. Stop talking about those people. Same way there's Eminem fans that are not rap fans. You know who those people are? That's my 40-year-old client that loves rock and roll. He knows Eminem, don't know who Kendrick is. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about like us. It's a few Drake fans that I see here that I bang with. You gonna tell me Issa is not a rap fan? Angie's not a rap fan. Quadi's not a rap fan. Stace is not a rap fan. Salita's not a rap fan? That's weird.
Yeah.
So where are these magical, so now you taking this thing and you put it there and you said, oh, all right, Drake fans, because these content creators, they done got you. You know who's not a rap fan? The motherfuckers that fix their lips and start talking about Lil Wayne. You proving the point. You the same people that's telling me Drake fans to discredit Drake are not rap fans are the same people because of Kendrick and because they think they saving the thing that is rap. They're the same people that's disparaging Wayne. And I'm not saying people are not above criticism. Wayne already been critiqued off the videos he was making back then. But you gonna shell it up, dig up excavations, you dig them up. Look, remember, this is the reason why we shouldn't like Wayne. I am not defending what Wayne has said in the past. I'm saying if he didn't have made this video in something that didn't help the cause of Kendrick, you would not go dig up the excavation. So for whatever you want to say about Lil Wayne's type of music, it was like when Jordan retired. That's why I call Wayne the Kobe Bryant of rap. When Jordan retired, when Jay-Z stepped aside for a bit and then came back and doing whatever, and then Nas of the world, they were kind of doing what they were doing. Like, we needed somebody.
Yes, and I would like to bring up another point. Like the things that people say to try to say that Wayne for the Super Bowl was like a bad choice. For one, saying that Wayne's a bad performer. Like, yes, I can claim he's inconsistent. He's unreliable. But I can also say, but what about the VMAs last year when Nicki brought him out? What about the Rolling Loud performance that he had? What about him getting to perform at Yankee Stadium? What about him at the ESPYs? Like, those were good performances where Wayne was able to get the crowd going. People liked the performances.
What about the negative ones?
Yeah, so it's like
about the negative ones.
yeah, so it's just like to say that, okay, Wayne has had bad performances, okay, I can agree with you on that. But to say, oh, he can't have good performances is like, what are we talking about?
Okay. And I'm gonna move on real quick, Aaron, because of course it's 6 o'clock. Of course I didn't finish my live on time. Of course I'm gonna have to extend this.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, my fault.
No, not you. It ain't your problem, Aaron. All right, guys, we need to put a hard line. 6:30. Nothing more than 6:30. Let's go. I'm gonna let Issa. Issa, you ain't say nothing all day. Thank you so much for being here. You already know how we rock. Let's go. We're talking about Wayne. We're talking about his statement. We're talking about him being human. Salita, can you re-request? Issa, what up? Talk to me.
What's up, fam? Hey, everybody in the chat and everybody here on the panel. This is a quality panel you have today, but of course, I'm not surprised. Thank you for being here. I didn't have a lot to say because I came in so late. Sorry, y'all. I had a gig, but most importantly, you know, humanism and dehumanization of artists is my favorite subject, Kay. You already know that. And I jumped up here just to push back a little bit regarding the humanity of our favorite artists. I think they've spent the better part. I love them all. And, you know, I don't believe in dragging any of them. I just like to be honest. I think, though, they've spent the better part of the past 20, 25 years creating that gap that they're not as human as we are.
No, you're right. I agree with you.
In the way that they live and things of that nature. And so now when the chickens have kind of come home to roost, everybody expects us to extend that grace. And I think we want to. That's why we're having these very, you know what I'm saying, productive conversations, but it's not going to happen by osmosis. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to be in the trenches to kind of deprogram ourselves because, like you said, the fact that they don't talk anymore, they don't have MTV Diaries. Like, we grew up on that stuff and they will follow them around. We got to see them at home and we did MTV Cribs. Those was our friends back in the day. Like, I remember like it was yesterday seeing Christina Aguilera's room and Destiny's Child room and all of them showing us their refrigerator. Like, them was our homies when we came home from school. So of course they were human. And so because the internet got so weird, these kids have a version of them that we didn't have. We knew them, back in the early 2000s and the 90s.
This version of Beyonce, I ain't jacking it. As New
No, for
Yorkers
real.
would
Like you
say,
said, she was
I ain't
outside.
jacking this
She
version.
was
No
outside
offense
for
to the
sure.
Beehive. I'm not
Beyonce was
jacking this
outside.
version.
Yeah, she was
I'm
definitely
not
outside.
jacking this version.
Yeah.
Some of y'all were too young.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not jacking this version
Facts.
at all.
Facts.
The one that I know.
Yeah. Beyonce was outside. Like they was most definitely outside. They was in the malls. You know what I'm saying? You could run into these people everywhere. People got Polaroids with these people, just running into them in random places. And so that's what it is. And like I keep saying to all of us, like I said last live, we have the power as the people. Without Twitter, without these apps, without us streaming, without us buying tickets to the concert and buying the merch and all the antics that we do, these artists have the life that they have because of us. And they have, I hate to say it, you know what I'm saying? Don't shoot the messenger. Just like politicians, when they want your vote, they go around, shake hands and they kiss babies because they know the power lies with the people. And we want what we want. And I think right now it is a lot of outrage culture. Somebody put it in there, rage culture. And we got to filter through that. But ultimately the people want, one, good music, and two, they want people with values, you know what I'm saying, that ain't talking out the side of their neck anymore. And I love this from Wayne, that there is some accountability for how he's been living and how he's been rapping. And you know what I'm saying, two things can be true at once. Like you always say, thank you for that. That changed my life, Kay. Two things can absolutely be true at once. That he may not be ready to perform. He should have, and that we should have given him the opportunity still. But that he has a mirror now. And I pray that we see the best Wayne, like this next era be his golden era, and we see the best version of him. Maybe he'll get in the train. I'm manifesting that for him. I'm praying for him.
As he gets to probably finish out the back end of his career, that might be a possibility.
He'll have a
But
second
what I do
win.
want to add on to something though, is you weren't here earlier when we were talking about I don't know, some guy was I don't know if some of y'all can remind me of what I was going off on somebody. I wasn't really going off. I was correcting them on why we have this platform. That's something you should have been there on, because you would have handled this. I would have been able to been like, man, get him. And he was like, the person was confused as to why we talk about these things, but the person was a huge Kendrick fan. It doesn't matter. Kendrick is this, and I was like, hey, we need to have these conversations. These conversations to have. People need to understand how things work. We were covering the Not Like Us article.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were covering earlier. I mean, we were talking about hypocrisy.
Yeah.
So as you talk about the power of being with the people and the responsibility we have, some of the responsibility we have right now, people like me and you and everybody else that want to put a camera in front of their face responsibly, is to be able to have these conversations, stand tall,
Mm-hmm.
right? And not only influence certain people, get to the facts.
Yeah.
And also not get bullied off your block.
Yeah.
Don't get bullied off the block when you move your work. Someone try to bully me off the block. Yo, hey, on God, bro. Y'all look.
Don't crash out, Kay.
Nah, I came in with new work. On God, I came in with new work.
Mm-hmm.
When the beef was happening, I said, hey, what's that? I know that. I listen to Drake. I listen to Kendrick. I listen to these people. Like, I know it. But I seen the internet just like, yeah, Drake, the colors of you. I said, wait a minute. I was outside. I remember being a person having to make people listen to Kendrick. I'm not drinking, just kombucha today. No drinking. That's what I'm gonna try to do. Balance, right? Every other live, no liquor. Every other live, one live tea and kombucha. The next live liquor, right? That's how we doing it. Balance, right? Duality. A lot of people don't understand this, and it speaks to what I'm talking about. But anyway, Issa, so when the conversation, let me try to bully me off the block. When I first started putting the content out, yo, you should see the things people say to me. And then I remember when I told mothers, I said, hey, y'all remember the K. Cole shit? Hey, trademark that thing, baby.
Yeah.
I try to land the plane. I love this nigga. I love K. I love him.
Okay.
Music.
Look, my
But
only
hold on, Black Jack. You can wait. Again, you try to bully me off the block. Hey, these fans moving funny style. Now look with the internet. Now the internet go. You see motherfuckers say crazy stuff. Now it's getting people getting the
Yes,
balance.
exactly
People
that.
understand like, oh wait, I
Let me
came up with
jump
that
in,
first.
Kate.
Hold on, he said, I'm gonna let you
Yeah,
go ahead,
okay,
finish your point, so I can go to Lord Law, and then I'll get to Blackjack.
for sure. No, I wanted to say, like, now you already know I'm waiting for Intergalactic K to really, really tap in on the power of spirituality and manifestation. I'm doing this whole case study right now that's tied into my
I don't want to
mixtape.
deep dive too much in the ego. You
No,
see, it just
no,
came
no,
out.
no.
I gotta
Not
walk
we not
back.
hold on. Let me finish. I'm with you. You teaching me, you know what I'm saying? I'm picking up what you putting down, trying to find that duality about the power of the spoken word. Now, people would think it's weird when they have an idea for an invention or they'll text something or have a conversation with friends. And then next thing you know, you see that shit trending on the internet and y'all talked about that at the kickback and nobody was around. And that shit started manifesting in the ether. And that's what I'm saying about us having a responsibility with these phones in our hand, which really are microphones. And it's creating and manifesting as soon as it leaves our mouth. And that's why I've always gassed you up, even though you told me you ain't want all that smoke or responsibility, that you're gonna start seeing people change their philosophies about these concepts the more you push back and you double down on the ignorance and all of the weird shit.
I get what you're saying too, and I appreciate that. But I want people to understand it's not to. And that's the thing is, as you're saying that, and I guess what I've been working on is trying to get other people to understand. I'm not trying to do these things to push some kind of narrative or whatever. I'm just trying to apply things that the old heads told me. Don't try to be right, get it right.
Oof.
That's all I'm asking. Don't try to be right, get it right. So when we talking about Lil Wayne, and I see Lil Wayne, a legend in hip hop.
Yeah.
That's not me being right. That's the facts. What metric do you want to use? Longevity, sales, impact, influence is a legend. When I see a legend, being vulnerable, expressing himself, I want to get it right by saying, "Oh, what is he saying?" I want to receive the message. So when I'm sort of, maybe getting aggressive with you and making a video about it or cursing around on live because you just want to sit there and say, Wayne wash, Wayne this, Wayne trash, it's because I want to get it right.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, at what point were you told that your hip hop legends, black legends, period, are not able to be human and have these conversations? And we so hard on ourselves. Hey, you think what Wayne doing is bad? Hey, I just seen, what was the name of that rock band in England? Motherfucking he punches co-host on stage. I mean, his band member on stage. Oh, Jane's Addiction. Y'all seen that video? Harry Farrell punched Oasis. No, it wasn't Oasis. Was it Oasis? Was it Oasis? That bloke at Oasis said I couldn't play guitar. I don't think it was Oasis. I think it was Jane's Addiction. It was Jane's Addiction. Gotta get the fact right. Yeah, Perry Farrell and Dave Navarro of Jane's Addiction. And I think bro was off that and started fighting his code. Like you, and that's the thing, we do that sometimes because I'm gonna move on because I want to get to Lord Law East again in a second.
Sure.
But I want to make sure I get the Law in Black. But this is what we do. This is what we do. We so warped. The supremacist ideology told you that everything we do is worse. We need to have the
Oh,
quorum.
that's fact. Okay,
We
bring
need
that
to.
out. Yeah, wait.
So when Lil Wayne, out of all the things Lil Wayne ever done in life, he's done worse. Like you guys like to remind us, he's done worse. This ain't on the list of the worst things ever done. I could argue it's on the list of the best things ever done. Put a camera in front of his face, said, I'm not above these people. I'm disappointed I didn't receive this opportunity. I want to take accountability for even expecting, but just assuming the opportunity would be mine. I want to thank you for giving me, look, you know how many little boys watching that? The ones that they had not corrupted with the goated, nigga goated. They watching that and say, oh, okay. That's how it feels to be vulnerable.
That's good, Kay.
Little niggas don't care. You don't care about nothing but the hottest person. You only care. Travis Scott, Travis, Playboy Cardi, opium. That's all you care about. So if you want to critique and say I wasn't fond of the optics, cool. But from a human level, turn on the camera and talk to the rest of the people who clearly people were interested in this, right? Lord, thank you. You've been waiting for a minute, man. Let me get to you. My bad, man. Let me get to you. We can disagree. Ain't nothing to disagree. What's up, brother? What's going on, man?
Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate it. Overall, I mean, I was cool with the Wayne video. I'm always cool, for rappers just having a human moment and just saying, I'm disappointed. I wanted to do it. And pretty much, I'm sad about it. I'm cool with that. I love Wayne to death. But personally, I do think the optics of it was kind of just bad timing, in my opinion. Only because it was coming off the heels of what Nicki and
Sorry to
Birdman was
cut you
saying.
off. Lord, sorry to cut you off. You see how you
Yep.
said that? You see how you said that?
Yeah.
You see how you see that? You see that? You see how that wasn't
Mm-hmm.
as salacious? You see that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You see that? Why? That's
Yeah.
okay. You know what I'm saying? But go
Mm-hmm.
ahead, keep going. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So
Please keep
just personally,
elaborating, please.
yeah, because it was just coming off the heels of Nicki and Birdman pretty much saying that, Jay-Z blackballed them and they was going on these long ass rants. And then you add the Wayne video to it, it almost seems like a cosign to what they were saying. So that's the only thing that I wish she probably would have just
Good
waited
for
a
you.
week
I
to
have a
put that
question
video
for you.
out.
I have a question for
Yeah.
you. What if there's some truth to that? Is that okay? Even though we can't confirm it, is it okay?
If it was true, I still wouldn't like it, in my opinion.
I just wanted to know, but fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, like I wish you just would have waited a week because now it just seems like okay, everybody in Young Money is pretty much saying that Jay-Z blackballed Wayne, and to me, that's just where it gets too messy. Because number one, I just don't think it's true. I don't think Wayne believes that. So yeah, like his genuine video kind of gets wrapped up with those hot takes that Birdman and Nicki was saying, and it's just messy in my opinion.
Okay. So I get what you're saying. So for some people who may not like this,
Hmm.
let me kind of deep dive a little bit in what Law is saying real quick. Law, I'm gonna be honest with you. Although I do give Nikki some credit for speaking out, I do kind of agree with you. The nature of how she did it,
Hmm.
right, seems like it's filled with a little bit of vitriol. And it
Hmm.
sounds like you're saying because of the type of vitriol that Nicki has, who some people may argue is passion, Lil Wayne doing that just a few days later or a day later seems to co-sign that vitriol, even though he didn't seem that
Exactly.
upset about it. Is
Exactly.
that fair to say?
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Okay,
Because I think Wayne
and
was genuinely just sad, literally, and
yeah,
then yeah,
okay, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. The problem is the people that are, and maybe we asking too much of humans. The
yeah.
problem
I
is the
mean,
people that are on the internet are not about to be like, "Hey, HQ, I just want to let you know, bro. Nothing wrong with what Wayne said. Glad that brother was being vulnerable." But on the when that was when that came,
hmm
and you know what's funny? I have people. Hey, I said, "Well, are hypocrites." I have people that do that to me. They'll
right,
DM me or they'll type up a long comment, and I try my best, but they catch me at the wrong time.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh man, because
yeah,
I know who I'm trying to be, and I know I gotta read it and respond to it. Maybe not now, but later. Some of y'all in the live know y'all do this to me. Like, hey, Kay, I just want to reach out, bro. How do you feel about because and I'm like, man, look at these people putting so much thought into this topic. So I know on one side of my head, I got to treat it as such. But then the other part about it is like, I know that they doing the opposite of what I hate, which is people just jumping on my comments. Glazer, F Wayne, Legend, Drug, Opium, Cardi Gang. And I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? So you're right. You're right. I think that, you elaborated on something that I think a lot of people just don't, they don't elaborate on, right? They
Yeah,
don't,
because
they
then when
don't,
you do that, it just forces, like you said, those stands to kind of just now disrespect Wayne, and now it just turns into. I ain't. That's the only thing I ain't like about this whole week, man. I ain't really like the Wayne disrespect. And even that, me as a Kendrick fan, that's what I was like, all right, this is where the battle just gets too much, man. But unfortunately, the internet is gonna always internet.
yeah, I just think that expressing I think if I look past what you're saying, man, I didn't think there was nothing wrong with expressing himself because I always try to put other people in the shoes. I feel like if Kendrick wasn't the Super Bowl performer and the Super Bowl performer was anyone else right now not named Taylor Swift, that I have to deal with as 15-year-old white girls, right? I think other people would be okay with some of this stuff, right? Right? They would be okay with, you know, people inquiring on why, he's not if it is a rapper, why it's not him. I feel like
Hmm.
people would be okay with him expressing his disappointment. I feel like people would be okay with the fact that he didn't do it in a salacious way. We know rappers to be getting on the TV. He could have did it the Nicki Minaj way. Man, fuck Jay-Z, I know that we've been beefing for a long time. He ain't do that, and y'all still mad.
Yeah, I mean, true. But I also think it's just a
So y'all want
combination
the
of
hyper?
what just
Yeah, go
happened.
ahead. My bad, Law. Go ahead.
No, you good. Yeah, you good. I was just saying, I think it's a combination of the battle we just saw because truthfully, I'm gonna be honest, I think if this wasn't Kendrick, I don't even know if it's as much outrage as I've been seeing. I don't know. So I just think on both sides,
Both ways
it's just
too.
been
That goes both
nasty.
ways too, Law. There
Yeah,
might
it's
be
been
some
nasty.
people that might have asked a question here and be like, "Oh, why wasn't winning? Keep it good, pushing." You're right.
Yep.
That could go both ways, and I'm not just saying that to make everybody happy
Not
because
for real. Yeah.
there are a lot of
Yeah.
stan pages on Twitter. I know who they are, and some of them
Hmm.
they like the boy. There's a lot
Hmm.
of Kendrick people they like the boy, but I know who's who, and I always ask myself, man, when they over like me, I'm probably tilted. When they over like me, I'd
Yeah.
rather not be on their radar. And sometimes they use my words.
Hmm.
Sometimes. But if they over like me, I'm like, oh damn, what I do, what I do. I must, you know what I mean? And I'm not, and now I'm not gonna purposely not say the truth because something is pro Drake or pro Kendrick. But I'm saying if I'm existing on that timeline too much, okay, all
Yeah, for
right,
sure.
you know what I mean? But let me move on to Blackjack because I muted you. I didn't mute you out of disrespect, Blackjack. I just kind of want to keep it. Talk to me, brother. You can absolutely speak on this platform. Was just finishing a point. How you doing? What's up? Talk to me.
Okay. So I think a few things is I can understand some of your points and everything when it comes to Wayne and stuff. But, you know, everybody knows like I'm one of the biggest Kendrick stands on here, and I'm from California. So I'm gonna go with my side regardless. Now, anything that I bring up about Wayne, I hear the things from Vahida, Murphy, J Mike, TJ, and then one of the final bosses, which is Academics and his crew. I get packed out all the time for all the stuff I say about Kendrick, but I have valid facts to prove everything that's going on. When it comes to the whole Wayne situation and him, making the video, I kind of felt like it was a little tender, in my opinion. And like I said, I'm the same dude who grew up.
What's
Oh,
tender about
sorry,
it?
huh?
What's tender about it?
I think it's tender for you to, one, be like, okay, da da da. I'm disappointed in this situation and everything, which I can see that point. Yeah, you can be disappointed and stuff like that, but to make it this whole big, like, oh, y'all should feel bad for me. Like, you're not entitled to New Orleans, unfortunately. And I mean, as I doing my research, it's a 1/3. It's like 3 overall, like people who pick the halftime performance, which is the city, Jay-Z, and it's somebody else. And they're saying that the city did not choose Lil Wayne. And I've looked at some of Lil Wayne's solo performances, and I can kind of see why. Because at first I was like, oh, like it sucks because he was going to bring out Cash Money and everything like that, or Young Money, and it would have been lit. But they're saying no, it was going to be a solo performance, and I'm like, oh,
Video, by
that
the
makes
way, I saw that
sense.
video of Blackjack. I saw that
Yeah,
video, by the way. That video with what's her name? Taylor Rooks. That was in jest. And on top of that, you guys know I'm not. If I'm lying, I'm flying. There's a meme that says that when Taylor Rooks interview people, motherfuckers start talking out of pocket. Not only was he saying it in jest, that's where that came from. Because Taylor Rooks had asked Wayne, like, oh, so if you did get this opportunity, who would you bring on? And they started laughing. He was like, oh, no, Miss Rooks. That's my moment. And it was in jest. But if you want to use it, you got it. But you could tell. If you go watch the actual video, it was in jest. And we laugh all the time. When basketball players get in front of Taylor Rooks, they start saying the most darnest things. I'm not about to tell y'all why, because I'm not getting in trouble tonight. But you know why them people start saying the darnest things in front of Taylor Rooks. Finish your point, Blackjack.
and again, I feel like if this was anybody else, nobody would be in like a big uproar about it. Me personally, I've always sat back and said like, like I said, I argue Kendrick over Tupac, so I get a lot of BS. So some of these statements that people be making, I don't think is false. I think it's because they've done their valid research and they realize which artist was better. Whether people want to bring up catalog, I mean song for song, yeah, that may work good because most of the albums aren't there, but at the end of the day, I still feel valid. Like 100% Kendrick Lamar deserves to be. I'm not saying Wayne doesn't. I really would have hoped both of them could have been on the same stage. That would have been, beautiful, but that's out the way now. That's definitely out the way. So right
And we
now,
discussed
yeah.
and we discussed that earlier. We
Yeah.
discussed that earlier when I told you, I said Wayne's gonna be stuck between a rock and a hard place because Kendrick most definitely respects him, but he knows what the situation is right now, and chances are he's not gonna be able to get on that stage, right? One,
Correct.
you don't know what type of person Kendrick is. Everybody assumed. You know what's funny? Everybody assumed that the onus would be on Lil Wayne to say yes to not make Drake look bad. And this is what I mean with the purity test. Kendrick passes the purity test every time, and I know why, because he's done things like songs with Wayne, and he's went on live and begged Lil Wayne not to retire. But what makes you think Kendrick's still not in war mode? And like,
Oh,
nah, I'm good
Kendrick.
off that. That's my legend, but he ain't about to come on the stage. That's not part of my plan. But we passed the purity test. We let him pass it so much. Even me, I just caught myself doing it. I put the onus on Wayne to show up. I said, how the hell I know Wayne invited?
The thing is, what if Wayne performed and it is ass? Then we'd be back on this. Like it'd be way worse, way
As a
worse.
performer, you mean as a guest?
Performer wise, because I've
Oh,
seen him in LA. In LA, he left early. He said people didn't appreciate his presence too much, so he dipped. And I was kind of like, what?
I hear you. I hear you. I want to move it along a little bit because I
Yeah.
want to get to Jay-Z and Drake. So thank you so much for sharing your insight. Flawless, talk to me, and I'm gonna get to Santa. We're still on the topic of your reactions to the Lil Wayne statement video and when he communicates to the fans. I think it's a little ridiculous that the brother can't get his ish off, but I understand how some people may see it as if it doesn't look, it's not your moment or whatever. I guess um, but my stance is you should be able to speak your mind, right? And my stance is I appreciate rappers, especially when they do it respectably, speaking to us. I'd like to know what you think. You know,
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to first start off by saying that this is my second time on your live, and I just want to say that I appreciate till this day, I don't even know which side that you're on. And I think it's a good reflector of a good host because, it has that leveled ground, like you can see on both sides. And I think that that can just be really appreciated. And I just
yeah,
wanted to shout that out real quick.
yeah. Thank you so much, Flawless. You want to know how it works? So to Kendrick fans, I'm a Drake stans. To Drake stans, I'm a Kendrick fan. I swear you not. That's how when I do my due diligence. I go through the nets. I go I go through the spaces you guys aren't in. That's how
I think it's
if
because
someone's
I'm
using my
neutral.
TikTok video for propaganda.
I think it's because I'm neutral in this conversation. Like, neither one of them would be considered really my GOAT. I feel like that's why I can't see which side that you're on, because I see you give props to both and I'm not up one person's ass. So I think that might be part of it.
Not
But I
true.
did want to respond to Lord when he said that about the timing in which Lil Wayne made the response video. I don't know if people watched it, but he literally says in the video that Nicki and Birdman gave him the strength to even speak up. If you watch the video, he doesn't say their names, but he says, for the people closest to me spoke up, that made me feel comfortable to speak up because I felt this way. So to say that, oh, he should have waited or it was too close to their responses, he did that on purpose because he agrees. You know, that's his action. He felt comfortable speaking up because they did. When was the last time that you heard Birdman speak up? I would say probably the Breakfast Club when he was what was he saying in that video?
On my name, put
Oh
some
yeah, yeah.
respect on it.
Yeah,
Put some
respect on
respect
my
on my
name.
name.
Yeah, that was the last time I saw him speak up. But I do want to speak on a general aspect, like taking Lil Wayne and how you feel about either one of them out of that and just see them as people in general. You know what ageism is? We have to understand that we are setting a precedent that when you reach a certain height or a certain age, it's okay to throw you away. That's why Nicki Minaj says all the time, pay your respects now. Love the legends now. Don't make these 3-paragraph posts when they pass away. And we do this constantly. Like, for example, the guy who played Black Panther, I don't want to destroy his name. When he passed away, there were a bunch of people coming at him about his appearance and what he looked like,
Chadwick.
just to find out that he
Chadwick.
was sick. Just to find out that he was sick. So we kind of woke up, I thought, as a community, like, okay, let's be careful about when we speak about people's appearance drastically changing because we don't know what may be happening behind closed doors. Now he's gone. And the internet is forever. Those posts that you made about him, those comments are going to be there forever. You have to live with that. So we're setting a precedent, because I heard a lot of people saying, oh, he's old, he's washed up, he's this and he's that. At the end of the day, regardless of how you feel about him now, you are taken away from everything that this man put into the industry, put his blood, sweat, and tears, right? At the end of the
And
day,
also
it's a...
flawless. Flawless. I want to add on to that. And there's a way to have the conversation too, right? The conversation. There's a way to have these conversations respectfully because people are legends, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Wayne may only be 4 years older than Dot, and that is important. And it's important to talk about the perception of why that is. But Lil Wayne is much older career wise. He's been doing this for a lengthy amount of time. So his 41 is a lot different from, Dot's 37. Lil Wayne's been rapping since, he was 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. You know what I mean? Like that's different. But anyway, Flawless, I want to get back to your point, but I just want to land, just interject and add on that even these conversations that people are having, there's a way to have these conversations respectfully, especially when it's a legend.
Exactly.
Especially when it's a legend. Right? And I just think that's what I want to add to that.
Yeah, you can big up Kendrick without trashing Lil Wayne. That's so easy to do. And I do want to say this, and I'll land here. And this is work that I had to do for myself. But if you ever see yourself in a position where you feel the need to put someone else down to either build yourself up or somebody else, it's because you see yourself as lower. You would have to be in
a Wayne's position or adjacent to understand that what is happening to him is wrong. You would have to be in a position where you worked hard, you thrived in your career or whatever the case may be, and you're not getting the accolades of that. A small example of that would be like group work, right? We all did group work in school. And then there was always that one person that slacked. You didn't want to put their name on the paper because they slacked, right? What if no one knew that? And y'all all get the same grade, but they didn't put in that same work. To me, if you don't see what's with what is happening to Wayne as a problem, you were that person that was slacking and got the same grade as everybody else. I was snitched. Let the teacher know they didn't do shit. They don't know shit. So they're not getting the same grade as me because I put a lot of hard work and I cared about that finished product to put my name on that. So I would just say that depending on where you fall in the situation, just know that it's a reflection of you. And that is you don't want to be on that wrong side of the fence because it says a lot about the position that you feel that you are in society or that you are actually in society. And I'll land there.
So much. There was a time I do remember. There was a time when Lil Wayne was the hottest thing smoking. And even when he said certain things, Miss Katie, I'm a gangbanger, but because he was so hot, no one cared, right? But now that Dot is the hottest thing smoking, I understand it, I get it, but at the same time, doesn't mean I have to think like everyone else. Someone asked to the point that you make, you don't have to put down Lil Wayne to big up Dot, and they asked, what about the opposite? And the fact that they have to ask that lets me know you haven't de-stand your mind. You know how people be like decolonize your mind? You haven't de-stand your mind. Because if she's saying you don't have to put down Wayne to big up Dot, you should assume that the same applies in reverse. You should assume that the same applies in reverse. You are still so stand that she has to spell it out for you. Why? Why? Kendrick is not here. She's not going to cry that she didn't say it in reverse. You do it, right? You stand your brain. But if you need me to say it, I will say it. Yes, the same should apply. And you know how I know the same should apply? I've done the same. Every video I've talked about Wayne, I made a video about Kendrick. I said, Kendrick is one of the greatest performers, rap-wise. And I think some of that spills into his delivery in the booth. Then I don't know. It's gotten better. Where like when he raps, I feel like I can see his face. It's gotten better. And I think some of that is because he's gotten so better at performing that like he just keeps improving and improving that it's seeped back into the studio. He's doing this cycle of life where like usually most people are great performers and like Lil Wayne, he's a great performer in the studio, but it may not sometimes transpose to the stage. But Dot was cool in the studio for a while, but for me, the way I interpret it, he got great at the live thing, and then he got better at the studio performance, and then he just created this perfect circle. It's for me to say that while still talking about Wayne, and like we can de-stand your mind. Santa, talk to me.
Yes.
And I want to close out with some Jay-Z, Drake weird thing that I think is going on here. And I want to talk about why Nas and Kendrick don't got songs together as we talk about Jay-Z and Drake and the Super Bowl turn down thing. Talk to me.
Hey, what's up? What's up? I was just listening to you live, and I would personally love to see Wayne at the Super Bowl. I would think that would be the perfect send off to his legacy. I think the issue with people is right. Like people think like, I don't. Man, Wayne this, Wayne that, and it's like I just think at this point in time in his career, he's not he should be revered more. And for some reason, it seemed like, again, conspiracy land, I'm going here. Since he took that picture with Trump, there's been things that hasn't lit up. Like, it hasn't lined up. Like,
it's a culmination of things, Santa.
Yeah, and my thing is like, so if you take that and then you add the point where, like, the management, when I say unprofessional earlier, I was simply talking about when we was talking about the engineer slash manager. I'm like, why is he talking for him? He should be able to, like, you shouldn't talk from that point of view of, oh, confused, disappointed, angry. Like, you should be able to, you know what, lick your wounds and just go to bed and do that in silence. But I understand, you know what
Tana,
I'm
can
saying?
I ask you? Tana, can I
Yeah,
ask you a question?
yeah.
Is that not his job as a manager too, or no?
No, whenever something like that happens, like if you like you read what he said, right? That was unprofessional. That's my thing.
Read it. No, no, no. I'm gonna read it exactly to you
All
because
right,
I've
go ahead.
covered that.
All right.
That's. I want to know what's. I want to know what's unprofessional about this.
All right.
And the manager is not Cortez Bryant, who I think would have probably. I feel like Wayne should have stayed with Cortez, but I know Cortez was
Yeah.
like I guess cash money. I don't know. There's some issues there.
Yeah.
It says we'll never again. This is Fabian. We'll never again be in a position or have to go in a position where we at the mercy of someone else's decision. We will make the decisions. That seems like a very passionate manager. What's unprofessional about that?
Okay. The thing is, you are actually at mercy of others if you're trying to come. If you're trying to if you're complaining about the Super Bowl, then you kind of are at the mercy of others because you want that to happen for them, right?
Ooh.
You kind of would like to, yeah, the way he said it was like, oh, you know what, we good, we don't need the we'll make the final decisions from now on. It's salty, and it's especially in the music business. there's no there's no space for you to be salty, bro. Like, I understand you doing your thing, and you doing, like, you know what I'm saying, but you shouldn't just have to go and make it, especially you speaking on behalf of Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne is by far one of the greatest generational stars and just rappers of all time. You should not, like, it should be represented better. You know what I'm saying? You could have been a press statement. It could have been anything, but why is the manager talking like that? Again, it ain't the Cortez Bryant. It ain't, like, I haven't heard nothing from Mac Main. Like, the people who usually was around him, you don't hear nothing from them no more.
They don't have a direct impact on his business anymore. Mac Bain, I know, is still around, but
Yeah.
Cortez is no longer Wayne's manager, and I think he used to do a good job back in the day. But I don't know what he's up to nowadays.
Yeah.
I don't know what Tez is up to, but
Yeah.
I know he said something about doing a higher purpose. But okay, so you think that I don't think that was probably unprofessional is probably not the word I would use. I would say that was probably a tad impulsive because it was
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
It was early.
Yeah.
It was early. I don't think
Yeah.
unprofessional to me is when you're using, like, absurd language and stuff like that. It
Right.
was probably a bit impulsive. And if
Yeah.
someone wants to
Yeah.
call something impulsive as unprofessional, maybe. But then again, you don't know how long he's known about this decision. But okay, fair enough. Fair
Got you.
enough.
Got you.
But I don't know if you want to finish if you had additional points, and
Um.
then because I see people call me on the clock 6:30, 6:30. Y'all want me to go? Man, I'll leave. Well, I am gonna get out of here, but go ahead, make
Oh
your
yeah.
point.
And I was about to. I think you was talking about what you said, the Jay and Drake thing, or
Really, the thing with Jay and Drake is really and I guess this is the wrong time to bring it up. So I don't know why I did. We should have just stayed on Wayne and closed out. It's
yeah.
really I find it fascinating this because the way we started this live was talking about hypocrisy. It's so funny. I don't know if it's double standards. Maybe it's the better fitting other than hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
One minute, listen, Jay, yes, Jay's gonna get rap in there. Jay's gonna get better performances. Jay's
Mm-hmm.
gonna next minute. Jay didn't even have nothing to do with it. It's the city because
Right.
now we like Jay, right?
Yeah.
Then is oh, Drake wouldn't have got the opportunity to perform the Super Bowl. Drake said no. Who would decline the Super Bowl? Yeah, well, been a lot of people that declined the Super Bowl because of Kaepernick shit. But then double standards. When the Kaepernick shit was going on, if this boy had did it, y'all would have been like, oh, why Drake doing the Super Bowl? See, that's that he's not black. But then, you know what I mean? It's just so much. And I guess it's the wrong time to bring it up because we're gonna get up out of here in a second.
All right.
But I find it so funny, the double standards of what we're dealing with. And I guess it connects to our overall conversation of
Yeah.
de-standing our mind Um, I just, yeah, you know what's funny about the Wayne shit? Y'all keep bringing up Trump. Not an excuse. Not an excuse. I just want a lot of y'all to be honest. Y'all know Trump had pardoned Wayne, right?
Oh yeah.
When Wayne went and took that picture, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Him and Kodak. I was like, oh, them boys is trying to get some pardons. It don't make it right. It don't make it right. But if you about to, hey, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, Wayne was facing illegal gun possession. That's
Yeah,
a 10-year charge in federal
yeah,
prison.
yeah. I would have been posing up with him
It
too.
don't make
Yeah.
it right. That nigga Wayne said.
Nah, it
Nigga
don't.
Wayne
But
said. Nigga Wayne said.
Listen, I would have been selling MAGA merch.
Hey,
I'd
a
have had the
lot of y'all
Joe
could be
pose.
like, "Oh, HQ stand for nothing to die." Nigga, let me put 10 years in prison in front of you losers right now. A lot of you niggas can't even diet. You can't even do 30 days, no,
Listen,
10 years in prison. Nigga,
okay,
Wayne.
Pinocchio. Yeah,
Hey,
listen, y'all don't even want probation. Pinocchio ain't got nothing on y'all.
nigga, Trump said, Wayne, they're eating the pets, they're eating the cats. I
Right.
need the blacks. I need little Wayne.
Gross.
I need Nicky Jam, Nicki Minaj. I don't care. Little Wayne, Little Romeo,
That's top
Little
tier.
Romeo. As
That's
long
top
as it's
tier.
gonna get me the votes, Little Wayne, I'll pardon you. I'll pardon you.
That's amazing.
Doesn't matter. I've been the greatest president of our lifetime. If I didn't do anything for the blacks, I've done
Amazing.
a lot for the blacks. The blacks.
Yo, Kate,
Very popular amongst the blacks.
since we brought up Big T, and I'm saying this because you about to end the live because I don't want no strays. I want y'all to do me a favor. I'm not even gonna promote nobody or endorse no candidate. I want everybody on this live and to grab a friend, do it with a friend. Google what the Venezuelans are doing in the urban cities right now because the borders are open. I just want y'all to see.
Asa,
Just
not on my
want
life.
y'all to see what's
Not on
going
my
on.
life.
I
Not on
just
my
want.
life.
I told. I'm out.
Absolutely
I'm muting
not.
up. I'm muting up.
No, absolutely not. And I don't have enough time to do that. But I'm not. I'm not gonna spend time on. I just can't right now spend time on
It was on
the
purpose because we out of here. We out of here.
no the delicate conversations that needs to be had between having really rational conversations about immigration and whether legal or illegally and what the playbook that Republicans have used for a very long time. So I'm going to drop that, and that's to sue division and incite hate and fearmonger. But I'm not going to get into that right now. Anyway, but I do think I'm capable. It's not because I'm scared. Um, but okay, so what was I saying? Oh yes, Lil Wayne was it pardon or clemency, whatever he got. Um, I know that was why he made that weird decision. I don't love it, but it is what it is. Um, Now 6:41. We got 4 minutes left. I just want to say, guys, in closing, because I don't think there's much to really get about Jay Z and Drake. I want to say this, and y'all can run up the comments. I think it's ridiculous that you guys think one of the most popular rappers ever who who could cross over exactly what y'all blame him for. You think he wouldn't have been able to do a Super Bowl or been asked to do a Super Bowl? That's weird. I also think it goes both ways, the hypocrisy, because then you guys want me to believe that Jay is sabotaging Drake, and I kind of could understand because Jay is competitive, but at the same time, I'm going to connect this to not Dot, Kendrick, and Jay and Drake. At the same time, it doesn't mean they're best of buds, but how come Jay Z, out of all the big three, including someone that was his artist before, Kendrick, who he loves right now, apparently, and Drake, he got the most songs with Drake. How
Well,
many?
we will support you when it's beneficial.
Yeah, no, and you're right, and I'll give it to you. It's business. Business is business. So Drake probably makes more sense for Jay Z to hop on records, and maybe Kendrick don't be reaching out to people when he's working as much. But I find it hilarious. He only got one record with Jay, the "Don't Kill My Vibe" remix, unless I'm missing something else. Then he got One record with Cole. Or is it two records? I'm sorry. Is it two records? I know A Star Is Born, and I know Nice Watch, Mr. Nice Watch. Two records. One with Doc, and what? What is it? Four? Is it 4 or 5? 4 with Drake. Light Up. CLB. That's called. I can't remember. Sorry. He got the record on Scorpion. 4 records.
You got one with
If
a
you want to
CLB.
count 5, huh? No, I counted the CLB one. And if you want to count 5, 5 would be the joint on off the Carter off the Blueprint 3. Unreleased songs is interesting. Why do those songs come out? That's the type of stuff I want to know if they do have unreleased songs. But anyway, so and then that bugs me. Then I get annoyed because now I start thinking about that. I'm like, why Dot and Nas ain't got a record together? That pisses me off. I don't like it. Dot loves Nas though. Nas loves him. Dot be at shows. I'm not shows. He be at Nas has events. They was at the birthday party. It was at the all black event. So it's like clear that there's love and admiration. I don't like that Dot and Nas ain't got a song together.
I think it's just timing.
I want to get it together. It's time for them to get it together.
They should definitely.
I want to hear
Nas got a song and video with Little Nas X.
He did that for the bread.
And Kendrick came out before Little Nas X.
Oh, brother. Yeah, that's gotta be a it don't make sense yet, or they got it in the cut. I wouldn't be surprised if Nas is on Kendrick album coming out soon. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked. I kid you not. I wouldn't be shocked because I think Kendrick. I'm predicting he's a little more. Well, then again, than the Watch the Party director, that threw me off. I thought Kendrick was going to be a little more open to being a lot more conventional as far as like features and stuff like that on his records. So I don't know, but hypocrisy, man. See these two? They're a lot more similar than you think. He's him with a little bit of Kanye West mix. No, I do not want Drake and Dot to go at it again. World, I'm gonna let you get your last word before we get out of here. Talk to me, World.
I had like 2 points. I had a question. I don't know if you guys talked about it with what 50 Cent said. Did y'all talk about how 50 said you had to pay for the halftime show?
No, that's common knowledge, though. No offense. That's Jay Z and Drake. Yeah, you got to pay. You like so now you don't have to pay. Sorry, let me elaborate. The NFL gives you a budget for production costs. If division you have costs more, the NFL is not going to give you more money. You have to pay out of your own pocket. The most somebody's paid, I think somebody paid $7 million for the. Hold on one second. I'm going to tell you right now.
Halftime show, yeah.
The Weeknd put up $7 million of his own money up to produce the type of show that he wanted.
That one was kind of different though because he had to move around. He had a camera shifting because during COVID nobody was in the crowd. Yeah.
But that's what 50 Cent.
Oh, Jesus.
50 Cent is alluding to when he says you have to pay for the halftime show. So the NFL does not pay you. They hit you with the club promoter shit. It's gonna be good for the brand. It's gonna be good for exposure, and it is. It is incredibly good for your brand. Kendrick's brand is about to run through the roof. If y'all think the Not Like Us shit matters, it's still gonna go. Watch the numbers when it come out after the streaming, and he might drop the album right then too. So just let y'all know. So that's that. Right after the game, album might drop, and then there are a lot of artists. Rihanna is one of them. They put up money, bro, because the NFL's budget might not be enough to cover what they want to do.
Yeah. And then my other thing was like, I heard y'all talking about like Drake not getting offered and whether or not like how good of a performance he would have put on. I will say when it comes to Kendrick versus Drake, and I've been to both of their shows, Kendrick's a lot more elaborate. I just feel like with Drake, outside of like other rappers being up there with him, he doesn't really have much going on except for like the lights and stuff. Like it's just really just him up there. No dancers, no nothing.
This is a classic case of one, we're assuming, two, the different styles, bro. So Drake is a good performer on his own. And he's a good performer on his own in the sense that the type of music that he has allows him to dibble and dabble into what a lot of singers can do. So Kendrick's rap performance, he masters something that a lot of rappers can't do, and they don't. Their subject matter doesn't help them do it. So like the Super Bowl performance, right? Right, where he has all those guys with the all black one. So you have to understand the content is very provocative and makes you think, right? We gonna be all right. So that a lot of rappers don't have that, and he's also has the delivery that so he can't do what singers do, but he has that rap delivery that captures your attention. And he's also, kudos to him, he's also open to having a bunch of men with blonde hair and black boxes and black berets and all that to stand next to him. Someone like Eminem did that at the show where his is not as thought provoking, but he had a bunch of blonde men, come out at, I think it was the VMAs. Drake's performance is a lot different. I've seen Drake. Drake is a lot different. Not only does he have the singing ability, but he also has the crossover records a lot more than a Kendrick, and the features that, let's say if Drake had done the Super Bowl at a time when One Dance was popping, how One Dance artistically, I'm thinking as an artist, how I would perform One Dance, I may not be able to do it like a Beyonce, and I might not be able to do Kendrick. I could be in that, I may not be that, but I need One Dance. I could see, maybe like an island vibe. I can see Wizkid coming out, sitting, you know what I mean? So a lot of this absolutes that people give you is because, again, they haven't de-stand their mind. And you're asking these you're saying these absolute things when that's why I love numbers. Numbers prove you wrong. Forget your eyes. Numbers prove you wrong. You don't become the highest grossing rap tour ever by not being able to perform really well and put together a good show with theatrics. That does not make sense. It may be different from what a Kendrick Lamar would do, who, as someone once told me, is like an avant-garde type of thing. Yeah, it may be different. But for a rapper, and this is what I mean when we're disrespecting people, kudos to Kendrick, who's now created this lane that I hope a lot of kids will follow. For a rapper, the Travis Scotts and the Drakes, Travis Scott's probably a little more like edgy and playboy. Like they have their ways of getting their stuff off. It wasn't, exactly what they're dinging Drake for is exactly what would have made him great at the Super Bowl. He would have tapped into his pop bag.
Oh, that wasn't me really like
I'm talking about them.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to hate. I was just basing this off of the fact that the last 5 years, and I think Drake probably would have adjusted for the first time to do something like that. But based off the last 4 years or so, they've always had dancers. Like a lot of artists always had like some type of something going on. It'd have been interesting to see how Drake would have adjusted with having like a whole kind of dance team around him and how he adjusted that, or if he could have not done that either. And then someone also asked, huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll ask you after because someone put a good question underneath. You can go ahead and say if it's.
I was just going to say that certain artists have a stage presence. So they don't need to have, especially if they have the type of music that speaks for itself in a way, they don't need all the extra theatrics. They have that presence there. Some artists do need to have the effects and the background dancers and all those other things to make up for their lack of a stage presence. So like the host is saying, we can't pretend that Drake got where he's at from being a whack performer. So that's the reality of it. And that's what they were doing to Lil Wayne as well. It's like he didn't get to where he's at by not having stage presence, by not being a good performer.
And he may not be what
and I'm not saying he's a bad performer though.
I wanted to go back really, really quick, and I just wanted to say this. When you were saying about people, the double-sidedness, right? I was thinking that about the video because everyone was saying, oh, Lil Wayne doesn't care. Lil Wayne doesn't care. Lil Wayne doesn't care. He makes a video saying that he cares. And they're like, oh, you shouldn't give a F. It's like, what? You know what I mean? So because they
People
wanted to be able
adjust.
to drive the narrative that Wayne doesn't care. Now he's saying that he does. And y'all are saying that he shouldn't.
People will shift what they think just to base, like, just to keep their narrative going. They're gonna adjust it every
Agenda
single time.
off to get their agenda off. It's
Yeah.
just it's what's my agenda? What's my agenda? And that's all I care about.
Wayne could be crying for like 3 minutes and then they'll still say he doesn't care.
You know, it's like, how can I get my agenda off? You know, I'm gonna put this picture up right here to end the live.
Someone asked a good question though. They said, can Kendrick sustain his career after the Super Bowl? And I said, yeah. Like, is this hype going to keep on continuing afterwards?
No, I mean,
That was a dumb question,
Kendrick,
but it was a funny question. But yeah,
like let me let you guys know, Kendrick Lamar before this beef was one of the most successful rappers ever, right? But this, he probably, I don't know if he would have got here would create another hit record, but records matter. This took him to another stratosphere, especially with most of non-rap America, and that's okay.
y'all treat him like he's
But
Pusha T. I always think that funny. Not you, but some people are acting like he Pusha T in the grand scheme of things. Some people,
and the
not
reason
you. Some people.
the reason why not like us, Euphoria can be bigger. Euphoria is probably the better comparison because Not Like Us is a bop. Why Euphoria can be bigger than Story of Adidon, even though they are both are damn near the same songs and just as good. Is because Kendrick Lamar is not Pusha T. Pusha T is pretty popular. Kendrick Lamar is more popular than Pusha T. For Christ's sakes, Kendrick Lamar has performed at the Super Bowl 2 years ago. What's happening is we're stuck in a conundrum. So, like, you gotta understand, when it's convenient for them, Kendrick Lamar's got to be the non-commercial darling. When it's convenient for them, Kendrick Lamar is the one that's gonna save rap and therefore needs to be the most commercial thing ever. That's why I'm Randall. I'm taking notes. I don't let none of y'all get nothing past me. I take notes. I catch it. Because you niggas don't want to de-stay in your mind. I'm here. I'm going to catch you niggas. And I'm a snitch. Snitch.
They're not trying to hear it.
And you know I'm a snitch too? King Bob.
Facts, because in one breath they're like, "Oh, he's not the Messiah. He doesn't want him to. We don't. He doesn't want us to praise him." And then we're seeing tweets when they're like, "Oh, he's angry with us. He's punishing us because."
How are you 5'5" punishing us?
So the problem is, that's why I think one of my most popular videos, for whatever reason, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Niggas arguing with me now. What does this mean for Kendrick? Is Kendrick the biggest hypocrite? Nigga, he was at the Super Bowl in 2022. Why? What Men in Black operative came in and made you forget that? What happened? That's why when the beef started and niggas was acting like my boy Kendrick was Oliver Twist. Can I please have some commercial success? Can I please? I'm trying to save. I'm like, what are you talking about? That boat already sailed. One is more popular, but they both really popular. And the same thing goes for Drake fans because you trying to go you trying to be like, oh, Kendrick would be useless without this beef. He would be irrelevant. Nigga, if he was that irrelevant, the fact that he made some good songs, he wouldn't have not only brought your goat outside, but he also wouldn't have caused this much of a damage on the OVO towers. As good as Pusha T was, and as salacious as that beef was, he went and dropped Scorpion regular, kept it pushing.
You Canadian terrorists.
You know what I'm saying? So we all want to use what we think is going to get our, like, our agenda off.
I
But
gotta,
my
I
biggest
gotta.
problem is hold on, well, my biggest problem and the reason sometimes is like I call out Kendrick fans more than Drake fans, particularly, is even though I will point out Drake or Kendrick do things I don't like, I just call out, is you can't have your cake and eat it too. And that is what that's why we where we at now. Because boy, for him to take the crown gonna be you rap better than Son, and that's it. As you can see, you gotta now you're gonna take the commercial crown from him. He goes, I think it's time to watch the party die. You going, oh, Kendrick the GOAT. He's talking about no, I'm like, oh no, I hear that different. I hear a narrative. I hear that you know that I know that having this crown means you have to be at the party, not literally, right? But you gotta witness the party. Even if you don't want to come in the party, when you the king of the fraternity, when you King Bob at the playground, even though you gotta sit on the throne and you gotta watch them.
Maybe Kendrick was being dead serious when he said, "I'm taking the ox. I'm not dropping it."
Like that's what I'm saying. Like so you gotta watch now. You gotta watch it. Now you gotta like to be at the Super Bowl. You gotta talk to these people to drop an album. You gotta so you are upset. You are annoyed. You gotta deal with But for me, I'm sitting there like, oh okay, welcome. This is what it's like. And my mic is wilding. Hold on, I think my mic is good because we got to get up out of here. But all I'm saying is the conversation needs to be had that we can't have our cake and eat it too, right? Like it's going to be a conversation that needs to be had about what are the things we really need to worry about in hip hop internally, and how can we, as an audience, how can artists, how can execs that really care about the content or A&Rs, what can we do together to solve what we think may be issues in the game instead of just going with this King Bob mentality? Take that king down, put another king up. There was an episode on Recess, and I'm gonna leave y'all with this. What was the name of the leader again? What's his name? Why is it not coming to me? Name. Detweiler. When he became the king for like 2 seconds or something like that. And he used to think King Bob was a goof. Y'all remember that episode? They always used to lead his crew. So they all thought King Bob was an idiot. Goof. And then one day, TJ became the king of the playground. I'm gonna find that episode. And he became the king of the playground for like 2 seconds.
Wait, I got a good question for It could probably go to the next
My
one.
bad, world. And then he
My fault.
realized how hard it was. Oh shit! Why did we used to think Bob didn't do nothing? Why did we used to think Bob like they thought you think it's easy being Drake? Anti-black, you don't have the black culture. You got to do more. You actually give a feature to this person. Don't give a feature to that person. All you got to do when you're jacking from people. Be that. Get that. You go perform here. Why you do that? All right, cool. Kendrick, your turn. The commercial rap crown. Your turn. Then you realize, as stupid as you think King Bob was, you're like, oh shit. Easy. You know what I mean? And TJ Detweiler is a great example because I don't know why Well, my mic is messed up. He's a great example for me because he has staying on the playground. Anyway, well, finish your last question so we can get up out of here. No, we're
Okay.
not adding more people. It's 7 o'clock. I have a family. I have a life. It's football Sunday. I appreciate y'all though.
I'm tapping into Bengals, so I'm stressing. I'm like watching the game. I'm like, all right.
This brother is done. You're done, brother.
I got a good question. I was gonna say we were talking about in a group chat. Now that the pendulum could potentially switch and like flip to the other way, and Drake always has a line: "If I switch to my conscious shit, I'll have all your fans." I was always curious about like a lot of people's opinion. Let's say for the next 5 years or so, Kendrick has a landscape that he wants of what he thinks rap should be. How does that look to us as fans, and like who will be on and who will be big, and would the industry shift? And then also, would Drake have the accolades of the Grammys and like all that stuff if he had switched over to speaking on things that he actually wanted to and actually left the pop field and actually went to things that he wanted to, like Kendrick level or Kendrick thought process? How would that landscape look like?
Really good question. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Because I think both of them have potential in pen wise,
Can you
but
hear me, World?
yeah, I can hear you now.
They say my mic was messing up. Okay, let me answer that question. Okay, so unfortunately, I do think the time has passed, right? But I'll entertain the question. I think if for whatever reason Drake were to switch to this super conscious thing, I think a lot of people would not receive it well because they would say it's not genuine. I do think if he were to switch to something a level below that, it would be like some kind of atonement, and people would eventually receive it well. Like if he didn't do the like pro black stuff, like if he just did like if he basically made a 10 track
Dad rap.
no a track Churchill Downs,
Okay.
right? I think received as atonement, it wouldn't be as commercially successful as the stuff he does now. And I think that subconsciously, deep down inside, people will receive that as atonement and they'll be happy because they deep down, that's the problem they have with Drake. They want him to take a Mr. Morale L. It's like basically giving a ball up to let someone else play. Mr. Morale was a very introspective album, one of my favorite Kendrick Lamar albums. However, I don't think it's his best album, and I don't think it's his most commercially successful album. Um, I think the problem is Drake thinks he's past that, for starters. Two, I don't think he's interested in doing that. And three, all that's gonna do is just for people to just point out and go, yeah, see, that's what Yeshua did. And they really wouldn't even really truly support it. They would just get the Afro-Canadian has figured something out that as much as Kendrick has figured out whatever Kendrick has figured out, they both figured out something about us as audiences. And as much as I can critique both of them, they don't give a shit because they have discovered that we are frauds, most of us, as fans. We are frauds. Figured out that if he speaks to us in tweets or whatever, that we're just gonna, or in articles, we're just gonna twist his words up and we don't. So he's gonna just put it in the music and let y'all niggas figure it out. And he's figured out that because of our own ego, we like to be the ones that say we figured out. Look, Kendrick was saying this on this song, and then he put the words together, the revelations, and he noticed, oh, that makes him look good too. So a win-win for everybody. Drake has figured out that if he goes into this or if he stays into this, I'm sad and girls don't want me and I'm still Drake without the beard, that and he does this I prove I can rap thing, he won't sell as much and the pundits will be happy, but his bank account ain't gonna grow. And he said, F that. Ebro and Charlemagne are gonna say nice lyrics. What does that do for my bank account? Are people gonna show up to the shows? These things don't really like music. They don't really give a shit about Killer Mike's Grammy album. Because even Kendrick said himself, motherfuckers say they missed when motherfuckers was rapping. If that's all, Killer Mike would be platinum. Killer Mike won a Grammy and ain't go platinum. whatever. Like my core fans maybe would care, but the fans that are fickle, that are gonna come in and listen and put my shit, they don't care. So both of these guys have figured out whatever.
But do you think
We
a
just
dot led landscape, like what would that look like? That's like really the question is, if dot, let's say like not the last 5 years, but the next 5 years, like with Drake had and Dot gone for that period of time between Damn and Mr. Morale, rap has really shifted a lot. So a dot led landscape, what do you think would that look like if he became like the real king of rap and he switched over and like the pendulum just shifted completely after the Super Bowl? Do you think fans
happen now. You're watching it happen now, but you're watching it happen now, but you're watching people not understand what I don't think I'm ready to declare yet. I want his album to drop, and I want you guys to see
yeah.
another 12 months of this. What people don't realize that it's just at the it's just at the benefit of one guy. So the people that stay out of it, like the Travis Scotts, the Playboy Cardi, they already know what they doing. They don't give a shit. They gonna do their thing. They don't give a damn about none of the shit y'all niggas talking about right now. They, but this idea that if Dot is the king of rap for the next 5 years and he's the landscape, it ain't, and it sound like hate, but he ain't unless he drops the pen, go full time PG Lang executive. He ain't gonna like Allure is gonna grow. His career is gonna grow, but it ain't gonna like it may have some trickle down effects on the type of rappers, but no one's bigger than the thin. No one's bigger than the thin. But the problem, let's go ahead and block this guy. That's kind of weird. I don't know what. Let's go ahead and touch hose. Yeah, go ahead. Go to Shannon. Go to Shannon Sharp's. Go to Shannon Sharp's live and go do that. Let's go ahead and block Austin. No worry, guys. I already blocked him. He's gone. He's out of here. Um, Shannon Sharp's right there. Why you gotta bother me? I don't even talk about nothing freaky. But anyway, so that's one. I don't think it's gonna change too much. I think it will have positive impacts. But the reason it's because I'm also telling people taking Drake down is not gonna change too much either. In fact, I could argue what's gonna change much. What has a chance of changing much is how we think as fans. Because back in the day, the middle was the gatekeepers, and as much as I don't like the radio personalities, they kept this shit a little bit in line. They were the buffer between the fans, the artists, and the exec. When before these niggas got corrupted, right? Like when Steve Stout really gave a damn, like when Steve Stout really was like, yo, I really care about rap. Or like when, say what you want to say about Mr. C, without Mr. C, there is no Biggie, rest in peace. I wouldn't say there is no Biggie, but he was involved in breaking, you know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. A kid comes up and he got a song, but now the landscape has changed. The barrier to entry is less. You can get in the game now. You can, flood it. But so the audience, we need to now go. That's why I posted a video about Playboy Cardi. I said, what I need to know about Playboy Cardi. Explain Playboy Cardi to me. Because I just realized I'm an audience member, but I got a responsibility. I got people that watch me on this stuff. So before I jump up and say Playboy Cardi shit, or before I say Playboy Cardi is the greatest, I said let me go listen to the music myself. I was like, I've heard enough. Let me ask you guys what it is about him. And I was like, okay, that's what it is about him. All right, cool. But to answer your question, the game is the game, man. Hey, them dealers still gonna sell crack. They can't sell it if the fiends don't buy it. But if the fiends gonna buy it, at least make a good product. Hey, the fiends go, no, it's not a good product. They ain't gonna buy it and go to the other. You know what I'm saying? It's up to us. Unfortunately, We're the Fiends. All right, thank you so much for joining live. It's 7:12. We got to get out of here. Hey, Gazelle, appreciate you for the rose. Thank you so much. Yes, it is still a business. I love y'all to death. I'm out of here. 13,000 on the live. Appreciate you, Gazelle. I appreciate the love. Let's get out of here. Y'all stay blessed. Enjoy football tonight.